Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 1. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. The leaders of the Biblical and Nordic factions, among other factions, had sacrificed themselves in order to seal the beast of the Trihexa apocalypse, causing great loss to everyone. But someone decided to switch places with them. He was Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei, with his sacrifice leaving everyone sad. 7 years passed so he could return and see the people who once swore love for him have changed, but thanks to that he can start a new life in another world. But Hyoudou will remember who he really is to again avoid an old threat from his past as the supreme god. A test that was supposed to end, but will resurface from the past, to put our protagonist to the test again. Jin Mori Yakumo Jin equals Issei. Prologue. In the great battle that took place between the leaders of all factions against the beast of the Trihexa apocalypse in order to seal it in the dimension where it was before. But there was a problem, they had to be sealed along with the beast in that dimension. It's been 3 months since they were sealed together in that dimension. Everyone was sad about the loss, especially the sisters of the two Mao Lucifer and Leviathan, but among them someone decided to do something about it. With the help of the Mawajuka Beelzebub, he found a way to get the leaders out. He spent days finding a way to achieve it. The only way to get the leaders out of there is to take their place. That's what that young man did without thinking twice. Before doing it, he spoke to all his girls. They did not agree with the decision, but the young man made something clear to them. I promise I will come back to you. After saying those words, he left his 8 pawn pieces and immediately went to that dimension to make the exchange, but he never thought that his promise would not last long. After that act, the young man was recognized as the greatest hero in all factions, Hyoudou Issei, the hero of Asgard, Heaven, Underworld, Olympus. His departure left his girls heartbroken as it was something they could not accept, but they kept hope that he would return soon. And so 7 years have passed, the world lived in peace. Today, finally, our protagonist returns to be with the people he loves. But great was the surprise he got when he found out how all of them who swore eternal love to him are. End. First arc, New Life. Chapter 1 Previews. Trihexa, it can't be. You are his reincarnation. Issei, that's right, it's good to see you, Trihexa. Trihexa, I never thought we'd meet again in this situation, Yakumo Jin, the supreme god. Cap 1, it's time to go back. My name is Seraph's POV. Flashback/sleep. I was one of those who sacrificed herself to be sealed along with Trihexa to prevent her from leaving this dimension, me along with Serzex, Asmodeus, Azazel, Penemu, Michael, Gabriel, Odin and Zeus. All of us were fighting against the beast. It was difficult to keep up. We have been fighting for a long time, I know that. But I didn't know how much time had passed since we started fighting. We were all tired, some injured, there weren't many left who could stand. I was scared, very scared. When I saw the beast spit black fire, I closed my eyes for my end. But surprisingly, the attack didn't happen. I opened my eyes to see someone with crimson armor taking off his helmet to show the young man who had stolen my heart without me realizing it. Then he said to me, Issei, are you okay, Seraphal-sama? Worried. Ascendants only. Issei, very good, smiles. He takes everyone to get into that magic seal, pointing to a magic seal. Issei, you shouldn't be here, you have to go. Worried, I told him. Issei, I'm here to get everyone out of here, so hurry up while I hold back the beast, now. I didn't say anything else since I could get out of here with the others. Issei went to buy time so I could help the others enter the magic circle. With the help of Serzex, Michael, we took a wounded Gabriel and Odin, an unconscious Azazel, Penemu, Zeus inside the magic circle. We were all inside, only he was missing. Issei, quickly come quickly, we are all inside now. Only you are missing, I told him to come. He approached me quickly, since we were all going to return home, but what he told me surprised me. Issei, I can't, I have to stay here to hold back the beast, plus that's a cost to use this circle. What do you mean? Scared, I asked him, expecting the worst even if he wouldn't admit it. Issei, in order to get them out of here, someone has to stay and take over their legacy. That will be me. What he said left me in shock, since he would be left alone with the beast. Just thinking about it, I felt like my heart stopped beating without knowing why. Tears began to come out of my eyes. No, 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 no! Stop jokes and come with us, please! I yelled between tears. He approached me with his hands and began to wipe away my tears. At that moment I could feel the warmth of his hands. They were so warm that I felt calm. Suddenly he gave me a kiss on my forehead. I felt my heart start beating again. I felt a feeling in me that I didn't know what it was, but it was very warm. Issei, don't cry, smile, you look more beautiful, especially with those violet eyes smiling. When he said that, I felt my heart beat faster without stopping. I had never felt that before, since he has always flattered me, but I have never felt anything like this. At that moment I knew that what I felt for him was love. Issei, I'll be back, Sarachan, I promise. Smiling. That was the promise he made me before he knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, we were all in the Hyoudou residence being treated for our wounds. When I woke up, the first thing I did was look for Issei, but I couldn't find him anywhere. When they told me that he had stayed in that place, it was at that moment that I remembered what he told me, and I burst into tears and then fainted. End of flashback/dream. 7 years later, present. That dream again. I woke up suddenly because that dream felt more real than the past times. When I heard someone knock to come in, and I saw my sister. Sona, Wani-sama, something's wrong. Are you worried about something? Worried. It's nothing, it's just that dream again. I really miss him a lot, I said, trying not to cry while I squeezed the sheets of my bed. I told Sona how I felt about Issei. At first she was surprised, but then she quickly accepted. Sona, do you still think he'll come back? And to think that shortly after he left, they decided to have a relationship with others. Yes, he promised me, and I was also surprised when I found out that they thought Issei was dead, I answered with a smile, and then changed to a sad expression. Sona, sighs, come on Wani-sama, be glad that he never breaks a promise. Well then I'll go to the academy, a slight smile. He just nodded as if with a smile, remembering his promise. After Sona left, I turned to look at the sky through the window. Come back, I see, I said, shedding a tear with a nostalgic look. Seraph's POV end. POV Gabriel. I am entering my room after a meeting with the other seraphim. It had been 7 years since he stayed in that place. There has not been a day that I have not stopped thinking about what he told me at that moment, and thinking that at first it was just interest. Flashback. Issei, Gabriel-san, everything will be fine. Now you can get out of here, smiling. But if you do that, you will be left here alone with him, I told him, very worried. With all the strength I could gather, I approached him and then hugged him. Issei, Gabriel-san, what do you think you're doing? Blushed and surprised. Please don't go, I wanted to cry. I hugged him tighter. Suddenly I felt a loving hand caress my head. I could see it was him. Issei, okay, calm down, nothing will happen to me, I'll be back, motherly tone. Do you promise me? I asked him, staring into his honey-colored eyes. Issei, smiling, I promise you. I didn't finish speaking. I kissed him before he finished saying it. It was my first kiss. At that moment I knew that what I really felt was love. He comes back and it's for good luck, I told him with a blush, and then only saw his smile before disappearing and reappearing in his house. End of flashback. I lay down on my bed, looked at the ceiling. It had been 7 years. Many people thought he was dead, but I know he will return. I see, I whispered before falling asleep. End of Gabriel's POV. Outside Gabriel's room were his 3 brothers. Everyone knew that Gabriel, despite showing a smile, felt bad. Uriel, and to think that at the beginning it was only interest in how his being is. Raffle, true, but she thinks he'll come back. Michael, he will return, he always achieves the impossible, this will not be the exception, we can only wait. Uriel and Raffle, we hope so. Dimension with Issei 7 years ago. Since Issei took out the leaders of the main factions, he has fought against the beast non-stop. He did not know how much time had passed. He felt that his body could not take it anymore, but he did not give up. He had to keep the beast close next to him. Maybe it had been days, weeks, months, you no longer knew. Now he no longer had any strength left to continue fighting, but his will was so great that it did not allow him to give up. Now he was a little far from the beast to be able to rest a little. He did not see that the beast had launched an enormous power attack at him. He could not dodge it in time. So he had to repel the attack without knowing that it would awaken something inside him. Issei, no. I'm not going to die here. I promised I'd come back. The attack caused a gigantic explosion, creating a smoke screen. The beast stared to see if the brown-haired boy had died or not, but great was his surprise when the smoke screen dispersed, and he saw the brown-haired boy without his armor, and with his clothes partly torn. The young man had his breathing agitated. Trihexa, come on insect, that's all you can do to me. This way I'll come out faster to destroy everything. Issei, I will not allow that. I will stop you. Then I will return to them. After giving the scream, his body was surrounded by a small white aura, but it was very concentrated. Suddenly his head was surrounded by a type of white aura. His eyes turned sky blue. All of that somehow seemed familiar to the beast. Issei, I remember. The beast felt like he couldn't react. He didn't know why he felt that strange sensation inside him. He remembered that the only one who caused him that feeling was that guy with the same aura as the young man in front of him. Issei disappeared from the beast's sight. The beast was surprised since it did not see when he moved. It searched all around it, but there were no traces. Suddenly it felt a blow to its head, breaking a seal to calm it down, causing it to fall. Issei reappeared in front of the beast without saying anything. Trihexa, who the hell are you? Where did you get that power? The only one who has that power is revolts after receiving the attack. Issei, maybe you don't remember me anymore, old friend. Trihexa, don't tell me you are. Issei, that's right, it's me, smiling Yakumo Jin. Trihexa had been surprised since he didn't think he would see again the only one who could face him, the one who defeated him as if he were nothing, the one who carries the title of the Supreme God, and much less that the young man who was standing in front of him was that subject, since he only knew that he was the Sekiryuutei. But now everything changed. In front of him was his only friend and the one he considers his rival. Trihexa, no way. Is it really you? Surprised. Issei, well, not entirely, since I have only recovered a part of my memories. Scratching the back of his neck. I never thought we would find ourselves in the same situation again, smiling. Trihexa, well, the first time it was my fault that he locked me up, but this time it's different. Interrupted. Issei, lose was the rise of him who put a seal. Trihexa, it was to be expected of you. Nothing goes unnoticed before your eyes. Smiles. But now that you remember a little of your past, tell me why you ended up like this. Did you die? Issei, that? It's because I was bored of not being able to find someone strong. That's why I decided to reincarnate, so I wouldn't have to wait so long. Smiling while scratching the back of his neck. That comment made the beast have a drop of sweat in the purest anime style. Trihexa, sigh, I can't believe you did that just because you didn't want to wait. Issei, well, that's how I am. Changing the subject, I have to ask you to help me train so that my powers return completely. That made the beast smile, since this would be the second time he would fight against him. The only one who proved to be stronger than any being he had faced. Trihexa, sure, I want to show you how strong I've become after so much time. Challenging smile. Issei, I'm waiting for you. Smiles and putting on a fighting pose. The only thing that was heard in that place were impacts and explosions, so Issei spent his 7 years training with Trihexa, without knowing that so much time had passed. During that period, Trihexa and Issei discovered a way for Issei to leave that place to return to the human world. Present dimensional gap. Inside there you could see two beings, a huge red dragon and a gothic loli. Great Red was the dragon of dreams and Ophis the dragon goddess of infinity. You might wonder why the two of them were serious. Easy. During the last months, tremors have been felt not only here, the human world, Asgard, Olympus, in Flamen, Gregory in heaven. At first they thought it was nothing, but it kept getting stronger, and that worried everyone. But only Great Red and Ophis were aware of the situation, since the tremors were caused by the dimension where Issei and Trihexa were. Gran Rojo, Do you think he was able to release the seal? Ophis: I don't know, but for some years now I've felt so much power coming out of there. Big Red: Do you think the boy is still alive and will come back? Ophis: If he is very strong I know he will come back. Slight smile and blush. Granroho: And to think that you would fall in love with him, haha, it's weird to see you like that. Ophis: Shut up, looking away. Suddenly a magic seal appeared in front of the two dragon gods, who quickly recognized the seal as the one that kept Trihexa locked up. The two dragons wondered why the seal appeared out of nowhere, but their answer was answered. The seal began to crack more and more, then it broke completely to show a portal, releasing a great amount of power, so concentrated that they did not recognize who you are. A black-haired subject emerged from the portal, which Red and Ophis recognized as the human form of Trihexa. They were surprised that the seal was broken, and even more so when the beast came out of there. Then the two dragon gods prepared to fight, thinking the worst. Trihexa: Calm down, guys, I didn't come to fight with you, I came to ask you to help me with something. Big Red: What do you want from us? We won't help you with anything. Ophis: It can't be, if you're here, it means that Issei is interrupted. Trihexa: Calm down, let me tell you what it's about, and no, he's not dead. That's why I came to ask you to get him out of that place. Smiling. Granroho was surprised by Trihexa's attitude that showed some kindness. Ophis, upon hearing that the boy was alive, did not say anything, but inside she jumped for joy knowing that he could return. The two dragons nodded as if at the beast's request. Trihexa: Smiling, well, this is what we will do. Human world, Pendragon Castle. Inside the castle you could see a blonde with a cape and a witch's hat. It was Lefay Pendragon, the second daughter of the Pendragons, sitting at a table arguing with her parents. Lefay: I already told you that I don't want to marry him. I don't love him. The only man I will marry is him. Lady Pendragon: Daughter, you have to understand that it is for your safety, and you also have to accept reality seriously. Lord Pendragon: That's right, we haven't heard from him for these 7 years. Possibly he's dead. Lefay: No, he's not dead. He'll be back. Luz squeezing her skirt, holding back from crying. The three continued arguing, until a dimensional breach opened in the room, drawing the attention of those present. From the breach came Ophis, who was apparently looking for someone. Ophis: Looking everywhere, I found you, Lefay. I need your help. The young mage, curious about the goddess's request, approached the dragon goddess to ask. Lefay: How can I help you, Ophis-sama? Ophis smiles: We will get Issei out of that place with your help. Upon hearing those words, Lefay was so happy that she began to cry, since that man she had fallen in love with would return. She couldn't stop crying, just thinking that she could hug him and feel his warmth made her feel very happy, the happiness that she hadn't felt for years but now had returned. She quickly wiped away her tears and calmed down since she wanted to see him as soon as possible. Lefay: You can count on my help, Ophis-sama. I will do whatever it takes to bring him back. Smile. After that, the magician and the goddess entered the dimensional gap and then disappeared. What the goddess said shocked the magician's parents since they thought he had been dead for a year, but it was not like that. He was alive and he was going to return. They only had one thought in mind. His return will change all the factions. Infraworld, Academia Citri. Remember to do your homework, and don't forget to practice for the combat exam, said a long-haired, blue-eyed albino teacher. She was Rosswise, the second tower of Rias Gremory. Naya, and remember that you have to form teams for the rating game competition that will be held very soon, Naya, said a black-haired Nikomata with amber eyes. She is Kuroka, the most sought-after ex-criminal in the underworld. Rosswise works as a teacher at the Citri Academy alongside Kuraka, surprisingly, since she didn't seem like that type of person. She taught her classes everything about rating games since 5 years ago, when the academy was founded. Ross, sigh, another day of class is over. Do you want to go get something to eat, Kuroka? Kuroka, of course. Suddenly a magic circle appears, and Lucifer is there. Kuroka, hello Vala, what brings you here? Valley, nothing, I just stopped by to say hello. Rosswise, well, we're doing very well, and how are you and your wives? Vala, well, I send my regards. Vala in this period of 7 years had married several women. At first everyone was surprised because Vala did not seem like that kind of man. Vala, oh right, Kuroka, your sister sends her regards, she told me she loves you. Kuroka, it's a shame because I don't angry. Vala, come on, are you still mad because she traded Hyoudou for someone else? Kuroka, that's right, us Nekashu, when we choose our partner it is forever, and that's why I will wait until the end of my life. Ross, Kuroka is right, I still can't believe that all of them have changed to Issei after a year and a half. Sad. Vala, don't tell me you're still virgins. Kuroka, of course I would only give it to him. Blushes. Ross, me too. Blush. Vala, sad face, sigh, do you think he'll come back? Kuroka / Ross, yes, he made a promise. Castillo Gremory. In a room you could see 4 girls sitting drinking tea. They were Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Sona Citri, and Tsubaki Shinra. Apparently they were talking about something. Rias, I feel happy that Kaneko is getting married. Akino, Era, her fiancé is the son of one of the yokai generals. He is very charming. A fufu giggle. Sona, speaking of getting married, are you sure you want to marry Razor? Rias, yes, I'm sure. He has changed a lot during these years, and I like his new attitude so much that I have fallen in love with him. And what about you, Sona and Tsubaki? What about their relationships? Sona, well, I realize that I don't like Saji as much as I thought. Sigh. He always tells me to sleep with him so he can mark me as his. This way no man would approach me. It's like he only wants to sleep with me. Tsubaki, BB, well, I ended my relationship with Kiba because he loved his friend Tasuka more. Sad. Akino, I feel bad for you, Tsubaki-san. I hope you find the right one soon. Sona, well, for Tsubaki Kiba it was the second option. Smile. Sona said, surprising those present since Rias and Akino thought that Kiba was their only option. Rias, and who are the third and first? Sona, well, the third is Saji, the second is Kiba, and the first is. Rias and Akino paid close attention since they didn't know who the first one was, but the answer that Sona would say would leave them shocked. Sona, it's Hyoudou, let's see if they really forgot about him, mocking smile. Rias and Akino froze knowing that Issei was the first option, but Tsubaki was not the only one. Sona, to tell the truth, if he hadn't gone I would have fallen for him too. Slight blush. After all, he is one of the few who knows how to appreciate a woman. Isn't that right? Tsukabi looking at the aforementioned. Tsubaki was blushing deeply but was able to speak. Tsubaki, WL, to tell the truth, Hyoudou has caught my attention since he entered Ku Academy. Blushes, but I would have liked him to have noticed me. After all, he makes a woman feel important, protected and loved. After finishing saying this, Rias and Akino came out of shock and then hit the table and screamed. Rias, no you can, I won't allow it, he's only mine. Sona, Rias understands, you have already forgotten about Issei since you started a relationship with Razor just like the others. Rias, even though he loves me, he will come to me, only I can be his wife. Sona, sighs Rias, I have nothing else to say other than if he comes back let him fall and love you, and I know that there are people waiting for his return like Wani-sama, Ross-san and Kuroka-san, that's why let him live his life. Rias, no, it's just mine. Hitting the table. Sona didn't say anything, she just left accompanied by Tsubaki, before Sa left. Tsubaki, I really would have liked to be in a relationship with Hyoudou-kun, bowing to leave with her king. Leaving Rias and Akino alone in the room in thought. Rias, what if Issei comes back and sees that we ignored him? Akino, I will be able to face the man who swore eternal love to me, knowing that I no longer belong to him. That's right, Rias had started a relationship with Razor 2 years after Issei left. He supported Rias to continue, and her change in attitude pleased him so much that he fell in love with her, and today she was weeks away from getting married. Akino had become a fallen angel 1 year after Issei left. He was a friend of her father who considered him his son, and 1 year after they got married. Kyoto, Yasaka Castle. In the castle, in the hallway, you could see a young blonde Kitsune walking next to a short-haired albino Nalomuta entering a room. Mother, I'm back, said the young Kitsune. She was a Kunu, the daughter of the leader of the yokai Yasaka. Kaneko, here we are, Yasaka-sama, why did you ask us to come? Yasaka, I just wanted to ask you something. Do you really want to marry that young yokai? Kunu, mother, you know very well what my answer is. I'm still waiting for him, but the yokai council wants me to get married. Neither you nor I can do anything about it. Sad? Kaneko, I have already decided that I will marry Yashiki. After all, he must have died a long time ago, seriously. And Kuni, you should also accept this reality, and stop waiting for him to not come back. Besides, Yashiki likes you, it's not such a bad option. Kunu couldn't say anything but squeeze her skirt. Kaneko, if you'll excuse me, I have to see about the preparations for my wedding, and Kunas leaves the room. The white Nikomata left, leaving mother and daughter alone. Kunu, mother, he will return, right? Crying. Yasaka, of course, daughter, he will return and we will marry him. Issei, come back soon, we need you, hugging her daughter. Kunu, I hope you don't regret your decision, corresponds to her mother's hug. Kunu and Yasaki in these 7 years had noticed how all the Gremory girls, with the exception of Rosswise, continued with their lives forgetting the brown-haired boy. They and those who remained always held firm to the possibility that he would return and continued to wait for him. Well, on Kuna's part, she would try to extend her wedding day since she only wanted to marry Issei, just him and no one else. Without knowing what it has in store for them, fate can sometimes be very cruel and also very kind. All those girls who waited for the brown-haired boy would be rewarded in a way that would make them regain the happiness they had not had for years, and that is with the return of Issei. Dimensional Gap. Ophis and Lefay arrived at the Dimensional Gap. The magician was excited because she could see the boy she likes again. Upon arriving, they met Big Red and Trihexa, who scared her a bit. Lefay, what is the beast of the apocalypse doing here? Scared. Trihexa, calm down, little magician. I'm just helping my friend get out of that place. Lefay, by friend you mean? Ophis, Issei. Lefay is surprised since she knew that Issei was friendly, but she didn't know that it was as much as achieving a friendship with the beast. Lefay, how is that possible? Surprised. Trihexa, it's a very strange story, but it will be for another day, brat. Now I want you to draw a seal like this, showing what the seal looks like, then I'll do the rest, smiling. The magician approached the portal and could notice a young man with brown hair and a slightly long hairstyle meditating in the lotus pose. The young man felt that she was watching him and opened his eyes, which were sky blue, and then changed to honey. Lefay, Issei-sama, are you? Lefay was surprised because that person was very different from the Issei she knew. She didn't dislike the change, in fact she loved it. He had become taller, his muscles more defined, his hair longer. That made her fall in love with him more. Issei stared at the young woman on the other side of the portal. He thought who she was. Then he looked at the witch hat and the cloak, which he quickly recognized. Issei, what? She just nods as she is so excited that she couldn't say anything. Issei, but look at you, you've become very beautiful, haha, smiling. Lefay blushed at the young man's comment but quickly recovered as she wanted to bring him here and tell him something important. Lefay, this is not the time to talk, Issei-sama. I have to get you out of that place. So she proceeded to draw the seal on the portal after finishing. Trihexa, okay, everyone get behind the portal if you don't want to get hurt. Everyone stood behind the portal, but he wondered why, not knowing that he would soon know the answer. Trihexa, okay, up to your part, but don't use too much power anymore or you'd end up lost in another dimension. Other side of the portal. Issei, well, Drake, it's time to see the fruit of the hard training, puts himself in a pose to give a kick. Drake, let's do it, partner, excited. Issei, Wukong Jin original blue dragon kick. An oriental dragon had surrounded the young man, then jumped to unleash a kick, freeing the dragon that shot towards the portal, causing a huge explosion and causing a tremor that was felt in all the factions. With Ophis and the others, they were surprised by the great power that Issei had achieved. After everything was reconciled, they approached the portal and saw no trace of the brown-haired boy anywhere. Lefay began to worry, but suddenly the portal began to shine to show him a city. He did not know how this happened. Trihexa, Hasai, I told him not to hit the portal so hard. Now he's done in that world. Lefay, and how will we get it here? worried. Trihexa, that's easy, go and get it. After all, the seal has already been broken and there's nothing holding it back. Upon hearing this, the magician immediately headed to enter the portal but was stopped by Trihexa. Trihexa, it won't be that easy with you alone, you better bring help. Lu Fei began to think, and she was right since it would be difficult for her to find Issei alone, but people who were still waiting for him came to her mind, so she immediately knew what to do. Lu Fei, Office-sama, enlist your help in gathering some certain people. Office, count on me. Lu Fei began to track someone. After a while he finally found him. Lu Fei, I found him. He opens a dimensional breach in the occult club at Ko Academy. Human World Occult Club. All of the Gremory clan was gathered together, including Ravel and Kuroka. They were all sitting drinking tea. Every so often they met to chat and do other things. Rias, thank you all for coming, especially Ravel and Kaneko. Kaneko, you're welcome. I'll always be there when you call me. Ravel, ha sigh, don't even mention it to me, Rias-sama. But thanks to your call I can get some air. Akino, what happened? Serving tea. Ravel, it's about my engagement to the young man of the veil for family. He's talking about the wedding preparations. Irina, oh, he's the heir of his family, he's very polite. Smiles. Zenobia, well, it seems that he likes it a lot, why don't you accept it? Smiles. Asia, that's right, why don't you give it a chance? Tilting her head. The church trio, after a year they fell in love with other people, almost leaving Issei in oblivion. Their boyfriends are high-ranking angels who one day visited the human world. They fell in love. Their relationship began 4 years ago. It is the present. Akino, era. But if he is a very good boy, I don't know why you don't want to marry him. Smile. Ravel, because I don't love him. I'm not like you who promised to wait for him, but there you go with other men. I only love Issei-sama. I don't know how you could change him for others. He did a lot for me and for you. But this is how you pay for it, by forgetting about him and going with other men. I will not be like that. Why will I only marry Issei-sama? Bursting into tears. That left Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina shocked. They didn't know what to say because it was true. They assumed Issei was dead after a year and continued with their lives. Ras, Ravel-sama is right. I don't know how you could do this to him. Sad and consoling Ravel. Kuroka, calm down Ravel, we know he will come back. Consoling Ravel, I think it would be better to leave here, creating a teleportation circle. Before Kuroka completes the teleportation circle, a dimensional gap opens and 2 girls very familiar to everyone present emerge from there. Lu Fei, Kuroka-san, Roswise-san and Ravel-sama, I need your help in an emergency. Office, hello. Neutral expression. All Lu Fei and Office. Surprised. Kuroka, what happens to her? Ras, why do you need our help? Intrigued. Ravel, wiping away tears, what's wrong, is that right? Lu Fei, I can't say it here looking at the Gremory, so please enter the dimensional gap to explain the situation to them. Rias, what's wrong Lu Fei? Is something bad? We can help too. Approaching the magician. Lu Fei, it is not necessary, I only need the 3 of them. It is of the utmost importance that they are with me for this situation. A little annoyed, so quickly, there is no time to lose. Entering the breach. Office, smiling, come in or you'll miss something important. Entering the gap. Immediately afterwards, Kuroka, Roswise and Ravel entered the breach as they wondered what was so important that the 3 of them were needed. Leaving Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina alone. Akino, Rias, what is so important to them and why doesn't she want to tell us what it is? Intrigued. Rias, I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Saying that, everyone present felt the same. Dimensional gap. Lu Fei and Office along with the other 3 came to the breach to continue telling him what the situation is about. Ras, what is the situation about? Kuroka, why does he need us? Ravel, why didn't you want to say anything there? And why does it have to be here? Lu Fei, it's that you laugh and the others are there angry. Office, that's simple because all of them already have their lives and there's no need to tell them, and besides, they no longer have the right to know this or to know anything about it. Smiling. The three of them now felt more interested in knowing what it is, since you have to be something that makes you laugh and the others, but the only thing that came to mind was the image of a young brown-haired boy that they love. Kuroka Ross Ravel, don't tell me what it is. Lefei, that's right, Issei is back smiling. The three of them cried upon hearing that, and fell to their knees. They were happy, so happy that they couldn't describe themselves. After waiting for so many years, the time had finally come to see their beloved again. After a while the three of them finally calmed down and continued talking. Kuroka, is that true? Happy. Ross, it's not a dream, right? He's back, right? Happy. Ravel, Issei-sama happy. Lefei, it's not a dream, I can assure you, smiling. Girls, so where is it? Looking around. Office. They're pointing to the portal, we have to go in there and look for it. Kuroka, so what are we waiting for? Let's go, I want to see it, Naya. Happy. So the five of them entered the portal to find the chestnut tree. Cap 2, A World of Heroes, Confessions. In a peaceful city, above some buildings a portal opens and someone is shot out into an alley, then the portal closes. Issei, I'd scratching head, I think this is what Trihexa was referring to. Drake, the green gem appears in the left hand, of course, he said not to use more force than necessary, and you end up using the double Hasai. Issei, I was so excited to be able to return that I didn't measure the strength of the kick, haha. Drake, that doesn't matter anymore, we have to find a way to go back. Issei, you're right, let's go, he bursts out. Issei leaves the alley and looks around, judging by the place he was in Japan, but he didn't know where, so he decided to keep walking until he heard an explosion. He quickly ran to the place where the explosion occurred to see something he only saw in comics. Villain, get out of my way or I'll kill you! Creating while becoming giant. Heroes, clear the area, reduce the number of wounded, and rescue the rest from the rubble. Heroes, HAI. The brown-haired boy couldn't believe what he was seeing with his eyes. In front of him was a fight between heroes and a villain, and he was rescuing civilians. If it weren't for knowing the supernatural, he would faint. Some heroes were pulling civilians out of the rubble while others were fighting the villain. When the heroes had taken everyone out, they didn't see that there were 2 children left there until they screamed. Girl, mom! Crying. Child, I'm scared. Crying. Among the crowd, a girl with blonde hair ran towards the little ones. Girl, everything is okay now, I'll help you find your family, calming the little ones. A part of the building broke and was falling on top of the girl and the children. When the girl realized this, she couldn't react in time. She could only close her eyes and hug the children tightly. Issei reacted quickly and in a moment he disappeared among the spectators and appeared where the girl was. With a kick he sent a piece of rock flying towards the villain, which he received full force, causing him to fall on his back. The girl opened her eyes as the piece of rock never arrived. When she opened them, what she saw was a young man with his back to her, spiky brown hair, wearing a tank top, black jeans and red Converse. Issei, are you okay? Turns to look at the girl. The girl, upon seeing the young man's face, was paralyzed by those honey-colored eyes. Somehow, those eyes told her that everything would be okay. She felt protected in some way. She couldn't say anything, she just nodded yes with a slight blush on her face. Issei, that's good, smiling. When the girl could react, she saw behind her the villain, who got up to look for who was the one who threw him, and she found him. The villain stared at the young brown-haired boy and then got angry and launched himself at him. Girl, careful. Worried. The villain is about to end the young man's life. For her, everything happened in slow motion. From one moment to the next, the young brown-haired boy turned around to kick the villain in the face, sending him a few meters back unconscious. The girl was shocked that the young man reacted so quickly since he seemed so distracted. The heroes present could not believe what they were seeing. It was difficult for them to land a strong blow due to their great resistance, but that young man only knocked him out with one kick. After that, firefighters and doctors arrived to help the heroes repair the damage caused, while the police took notes from everyone involved, of course including our protagonist. Our chestnut is being treated along with the girl near the ambulance. He still had no injuries. It was necessary to confirm while a police officer filled out a report with the chestnut's data. Police, name Hyoudou Issei, age 17 years, place of origin Ko, comes on a trip to this city. The policeman said it, and the brown-haired man just nodded, but the girl heard him. After all the police questions, he was scolded by the heroes because he was very dangerous among other things. While in another part of the city in an alley, another portal opens and 5 girls come out. It was Le Fay, Kuroka, Ravel, Rosswise and Ophis. Le Fay, okay girls, let's go. We have to find Issei-sama as quickly as possible. Girls, hey! And so they set off to find the chestnut. Of course, only Fay and Ophis knew what Issei was like now. Back with Issei, he had already finished being interrogated by the police and discovered that Ko also exists in this world. But that was not the time for this. He has to go back. He was leaving, but someone stops him. Girl, wait. Issei turns, is something wrong? Girl, I wanted to thank you for saving me and the children bows. Issei, you're welcome, smiling. Girl, if I could do something to thank you, please tell me. Issei, no need. His stomach growls, sorry, I haven't eaten anything in a long time, embarrassed. The chestnut remembered that he had not eaten since he exchanged places. He did not know when it had happened, but seeing the grown Fay, he knew it had been a long time. Upon hearing that, the girl knew how to thank him for helping her. Girl, if you want, I can buy you lunch as a thank you. Issei, it wouldn't be right to accept, besides I did it because it was the right thing to do. The chestnut's stomach continued to growl. He was very hungry, but he couldn't accept that from someone unknown. He had to hold on until he returned. Girl, so how about I invite you to celebrate my start as a professional heroine, smiling. Issei, professional heroine? Girl, curious, huh? Don't you know what a professional hero is? Issei, I know he's a hero, but I've never heard anything like that. The girl was surprised because nowadays anyone would know the jobs of a hero, but she didn't give it much importance. Girl, then let's go eat and I'll explain to you everything about the heroes. Issei, thank you very much. What's your name? The girl almost fell on her back because of the brown-haired boy's comment, since she had forgotten to introduce herself. You, Takayama Yu, nice to meet you, smiling. Issei, nice to meet you, Yusan, my name is Hyoudou Issei, smiles. Without further ado, the young man accepted because he was interested in the subject of heroes, so he went to a restaurant to explain the subject of heroes and, most importantly, the kozai or peculiarities. The brown-haired boy was surprised because that reminded him of something like sacred gear, but at the same time it was very different. Moments later, with Le Fay, Kuroka, Ravel, Rosswise and Ophis, they still hadn't found Issei. They were searching around, but there was no trace of him. Kuroka, did you see it? Looking around. Ravel, where could it be? Sad. Ross, I see, worried. Le Fay, don't give up, you have to be close. We are so close, determined. Girls, you're right. Ophis, I found it. Girls, where? Ophis, they're pointing to the news on the TV in a store. The girls quickly approached to look closely. A few moments ago, in the center of the commercial district, there was an attack by a villain causing great damage. The heroes came to stop him, but it was not easy since there were civilians trapped. But surprisingly, a young man appeared, defeating him with a single blow, showing the photo of the young man. Kuroka, it's Issei, surprised. Ravel, Issei-sama? Are you serious? Is it Issei-sama? Surprised. Ross, I can't be much change. The three of them looked at the magician and the dragon. Le Fay, it's not surprising, after all he fought the beast of the apocalypse for 7 years. Ophis, do you regret coming? I can send you back and tell you that all this never happened. Girls, no. Kuroka, it's not that, it's just that she looks hexier now, licking her lips. Ross, it's true, and what he's wearing now makes him even more irresistible, blushes. Ravel, it's true, it looks very RRIEQ, babbling. Leafy/Ophis, so? Girls, that doesn't change the fact that we love him. Leafy, Well, that's what I wanted to hear. Happy we have to keep searching. So the girls went back to continue looking for the brown-haired boy. Back with the brown-haired boy, he had already finished eating, and by the way he found out about something about this world, and that is that more than 90% of the population has what they call a quirk, and that there is a school that teaches how to be heroes. That caught Issei's attention a lot. Since he remembered that he never finished high school in his world, and thinking about it, he would come to this world to learn to be a hero, the idea didn't seem bad to him, after everything, but first he would have to meet with Rias and the others. Issei and Yu left the restaurant, and she followed him talking about heroes and other things. Yu, well Issei-san, it's time for me to go. I hope we see each other again. Smiles. Issei, I think that too Yu-san, I hope you have luck being like a heroine, you will be the best smiling. Without knowing why, the blonde felt very happy about the brown-haired man's comment. Yu, thanks Issei-san, I'll do it, you'll see smiles and thumbs up. Well, I think I'm going. Thanks for celebrating my start as a hero with me. Happy. So the girl left, leaving the brown-haired boy alone. Issei, well, I think it's time to find a way to return. He looked at the sky and saw that it was already late. He had to go back quickly or he would have nowhere to sleep. Drake, I see that you are interested in being a hero, even though you are already considered one, partner smiling. Issei, it wouldn't be bad to attend that school called Hyoudou. It sounds interesting and you don't want to fix your reputation as the Sekiryuutei. Haha smiles mocking the dragon. Drake, that was your fault. Angry. But it wouldn't be bad if this world knew the powerful Sekiryuutei. I will be the first to be recognized in 2 worlds. Ha ha ha. Take that Albion. Besides, my bearer is the supreme god. Ha ha ha. I already want to see Albion's reaction when he knows that smiling. Issei had a drop of sweat, but it was to be expected from his partner. After all, he and Albion were natural rivals. It is normal that he wants to compete to see who is stronger. But what Albio and his Baravala did not know is that the brown-haired boy is on another level. The brown-haired boy continued walking, looking at the city, and he must admit that he felt very calm even though he saw heroes patrolling. But that didn't bother him. It was something new to see superheroes that only appeared in comics. But a call stopped him. Luffy, Issei-sama. Office Issei. The brown-haired boy turns around and sees that it was Luffy in office. But he was surprised to see 3 more people. All 3 had changed but were still the same ones that the brown-haired boy remembered so fondly while he was away. Is he? Oh! Luffy in office, surprised Ross Kuroka Ravel. The aforementioned began to cry since after so much time without seeing him, he was finally in front of them. The 5 girls quickly pounced on the brown-haired boy crying with a big smile. Ross, I see is your truth. Are you my I see truth? Happy. Kuroka, I see Naya, I knew you would come back. You don't know how long I've waited for this moment, crying with joy. Ravel, Issei-sama, you are finally back. Happy. Luffy, I can finally hug you again. Issei-sama, happy. Office, it's good to see you. Issei, slight smile. Issei, I miss you girls too, smiling and hugging everyone. All the girls, feeling the brown-haired boy's embrace, were so happy that they didn't want to let go. They wanted to feel him a little more. On Office's part, she didn't show much emotion, but inside she was very happy. After a while they all recovered and stood up. Luffy, it's time to go back. Happy. Kuroka, come on. I see Naya, I want to spend more time with you. Happy. Ross, and me too, blushes. Ravel, don't forget me. Office, clings to Issei's right arm. Issei, I already want to see Rias and the others happy. Saying that, they all changed to a sad countenance since the brown-haired girl still did not know that Rias and the others had forgotten about him or had given him up for dead in that place. They felt hatred towards them, so they all thought of the same thing, healing the inevitable wound that the brown-haired girl is about to receive from Rias and the others. Luffy, we have something to tell you about that when we get back. Sad. The brown-haired boy, looking at the magician, knew that it was something bad but he didn't know what it was. Without further ado, they all entered the portal, leaving this world behind, or so he thought since the brown-haired boy plans to attend the Heroes Academy. Underworld, Gremory Mansion. In her room you could see a redhead trying on her wedding dress. She looked very good, she looked very happy. Next to her was a woman who looked the same as her, only she had brown hair and was shorter. She was a Venezuelan Gremry/Bale, the mother of Rias and Serzex. Venelana, are you sure you want to marry Razor? Are you laughing? Sad. Rias, yes, I have fallen in love with him. Venelana, and what will happen to Issei-kun? Sad. Rias, ha sigh, it's been 7 years since he left that place. It's impossible for him to come back. Venelana, don't you think he can come back soon? Rias. Venezuelan. Rias, mother, he won't come back. I know it's hard to believe, but I've accepted the fact that he's dead seriously. Venelana, and the others? Rias, same. Venelana, ha sigh, I will respect your decision. I am happy for you, my daughter, smiling. Even if I divorce your father, you will still be my daughter. Rias, thank you, mother. Smiling. Venelana, Issei-kun will be back soon, touching his chest. That's right, gentleman. Venelana Gremry divorced Theodicus Gremry a few years ago. Due to arguments about whether Rias should marry someone else, since Lord Gremry had to think about the clan, and Rias fell in love with Razor and they both got engaged. She firmly believed that the brown-haired man would return, but her husband was the opposite. From there their arguments began so much that they began to distance themselves until they decided on the divorce. Now she was Venelana Bale, currently she was single again. That made many demons send her an engagement request, but she rejected them all. Why? It's very simple, she was secretly in love with Issei a long time ago. Since she was married she couldn't show it, and she had to be faithful to her husband. Besides, at that time he was engaged to her daughter, but currently, her daughter broke the engagement. Now she was waiting for the brown-haired boy's return to confess her feelings, hoping he would accept. Leviathan Mao Mansion. In a room a dimensional gap opened, where 5 girls and a boy came out. Issei, what are we doing in the Leviathan Mansion? Ras, it's simple, currently Kuroka and I live in the mansion because we work at the Citri Academy. Kuroka, that's right, Naya. Issei, so Sona was able to realize her dream of making a raiding game school. How nice, smiling. Before they could continue talking, a brunette with pigtails and violet eyes entered carrying some documents. Sarah Fall, oh Rostan, Kuro-chan, you're back, smiling, and I see that Ravel-chan, Lefei-chan, Ophis are also here, and I see that you brought a new guest, staring at Issei. Ravel, that's right, smiling. Sarah Fall knew that everyone present was waiting for Issei to return, except for Ophis. She saw that they all had a big smile that she hadn't seen in years, so she supposed it had something to do with the young man they brought. She frowned since it arrived that they had changed Issei for another one like Rias and the others. But she didn't know why she felt happy in front of that young man. Sarah Fall, I see that you are also the same as them. It was only a matter of time before she forgot about him. But I see that you finally got tired of waiting for his return. Angry. What Seraphal said only made Issei feel the same feeling when Faye told him about Rias. He still didn't know why, but it was getting stronger. Ophis, you are wrong. Girls, we haven't forgotten about Issei. Seraphal, then why are you with that man if you still haven't forgotten him? Lefei, it's because interrupted. Issei, I'd better say it myself. They all nod in confirmation. Issei, it's because I am Issei, smiling. Upon hearing that, the Mao dropped the documents. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was the boy in front of her really him? Because now he looked very different from what she remembered. Seraphal, why you're lying? How can I know you're Issei? Hair covering her eyes. Issei, well, I promised you that I would return. Isn't that right? Chan, smiling and showing the boosted gear. Drake, this is Mao Leviathan, he is Issei, my partner. That confirmed that it was Issei, since for Seraphal very few people could say that to her. The only young man who said that to her was, and more what Drake said, she trembled. Issei, Sarah-chan approaching her. You be. The chestnut couldn't finish and was knocked to the ground by a black spot. He raised his head to look at a Seraphal crying on his chest. Seraphal, fool! 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 Crying, why did you take so long? Putting her face on the young man's chest. Issei, I'm sorry, but I really don't know how long I was gone. Ross, you were gone for 7 years. Issei, 7 years old. Faints. Serafal Issei? Issei. What he didn't count on is that outside the room, there was a certain silver-haired girl crying with joy, covering her mouth so as not to make noise. She is Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest demon woman in the underworld. She came to deliver some documents to Serafal and accidentally heard the entire conversation. She is currently the Queen of Venezuela. Graphia, I is Issei-sama crying. I have to report this to Venelana-sama, creating a teleportation circle. Like Venelana, she was in love with the brown-haired boy. First it was interest, when he fought against Razor, then in the hot springs when she was drunk, they accidentally bathed together. From there she developed feelings for the young man, although she was very serious when she learned of his departure. It really destroyed her soul. From there she confirmed that she really loved him. But now that Issei was back, her eyes shone again with greater intensity. It was as if a part of her came back completely. Something else to say was that she was not actually Serzix's real wife. She took the role of wife since the real one was sick and had to rest to regain health. When she recovered, it was immediately revealed to everyone that she was not the wife of the Red Mao, but she was his wife's best friend. When she found out that marriage requests were not long in coming, as everyone wanted one of the most beautiful women in the underworld, but she rejected everything, as she is secretly in love with Issei, and now that he is back, she would confess her feelings to him. The girls quickly took Issei to a room to wait for him to wake up, since they had many things to tell him about these 7 years, especially about Rias and the others. Minutes later Issei had woken up. He looked at all the looks the girls had on their faces. Something told him that he was going to tell them something very bad. And so it was. He told her that it was about Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Kaneko. Rias is in a relationship with Razor after he left, who helped her get ahead. Today she is weeks away from getting married. Aquino knew a fallen angel shortly after they got married. The church trio also met some angels and are currently in a relationship. Kaneko, she had fallen in love with the son of a yokai general. They are going to get married soon. The young man is also engaged to Kunu, but apparently she denies marrying him. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything. He just looked down with his hair covering his honey-colored eyes. The silence was present for a while until someone broke it. Revel/Lefei Issei-sama? Sad. Kuroka Issei? Ross Issei? Serafal Issei-chan? Office Issei? Issei, could you leave me alone? I want to sleep, please. The girls knew that leaving him alone was the best thing now, so they left the room, leaving the brunette alone, who still couldn't believe that all this happened while he was away. He promised that he would return, but apparently she didn't want to wait for him. Outside the room, in the living room, the girls are sitting and worried about Issei. They knew that this would leave a big wound in his heart, but they would take care of healing it, since now he is back. With much more reason they had to take care of him, since these 7 years were not easy for anyone, especially for the brown-haired boy. They all had one thought. Issei, we will never abandon you. Bale Territory, Bale Mansion. In a room there is a chestnut drinking tea while reading a book. Out of nowhere a platinum-colored circle appeared that was very familiar to her. From it comes a platinum-haired maid. She was gray-haired, but you could see marks that she had cried, but there was a small smile. Graphia, Venelana-sama, I have good news for you. Happy. Venelana, what is it? Curious. Graphia, Issei-sama is back. Venelana was drinking her tea. When she heard that she dropped the glass, she began to shed tears of happiness. So long, he's finally back. She covered her mouth to silence her trembling voice. Venelana, where is now? Graphia, in the Leviathan Mansion with Ravel, Rosswise, Kuroka, Lefei, Olphus, and Serafal. Venelana, we have to go, right now. I can't wait to see him again. Happy. Graphia, hi Venelana-sama. Happy. So the two of them quickly went to the Leviathan Mansion. World of Heroes time skip. A blonde was seen in a white suit with some purple parts. She was wearing a mask and purple horns. You, Yash! Today is the day I will start as a heroine. Smiling, you will see what I am capable of. Issei-san. Present, DxD World. Underworld Mansion Leviathan. We meet outside the Mao's mansion. Two women just arrived through a magic circle. It was Venezuelan and Grafia, and then they knocked on the door. Some maids come out to greet her and ask the reason for her visit. Venezuelan only said that she wanted to talk to Serafal. One of the maids went to talk to the Mao. After a while the Mao comes out, who had a smile, but at the same time she looked a little sad, looking at the brunette and the silver-haired girl. Serafal, what is the reason for your visit, Venezuelan-san? Venezuelan, it's true that the return excited. Serafal, how did you know? It was only 2 hours ago that I came back surprised. Grafia, I overheard it when I came to deliver some documents to you. Serafal, so it was like that. Tell me, does anyone else besides you know? Seriously. The two just shook their heads. Serafal, sai, okay, come in so we can talk in private. The three entered the mansion. The Mao gathered everyone together to talk about the situation. The girls were surprised to see Venelana and Grafia, especially the brunette. Even though she is no longer a gremry, she still loves her daughter. They all thought she came from Rias. Now they were all in a room sitting with serious faces looking at the newcomers. Kuroka, why are you here, Venezuelan? Seriously. The others nodded at the Nikomata's question. Venelana, I came because Grafia told me that Issei returned. They all now turned to the silver-haired girl for answers. Grafia, I overheard you two talking when I came. Ras, if you come from Rias, and the others suggested that you leave and don't tell anyone about this angry. Ravel, we don't want Issei-sama to get hurt squeezing her skirt. Lefi/Office, nods in confirmation. Venenala and Grafia had their eyes open since they assumed that Issei already knew about Rias and the others. But that was not the case. They came because they wanted to see the brown-haired boy again to be able to confess their feelings to him. Venelana, I didn't come on behalf of Rias and the others. I apologize for them. I came on my own, because I want to see Issei-kun. Grafia, me too. Venelana, I'll tell you a secret. The girls paid close attention to what Venelana was going to say. Venelana, to tell the truth, like all of you smiles, I like Issei-kun, ever since I met him. But being married I had to behave properly. But now that I'm no longer married, I want to confess to him. The girls were in shock since they didn't know that Venezuelan Rias's mother felt something like that for Issei. I wouldn't leave it like that. The next to speak was Grafia. Grafia, me too, I love Issei-sama, that's why I also want to confess my feelings to him. Nobody believed what those two were saying. The silver-haired girl was already suspicious. But with what happened with Venezuela, nobody saw that coming, but the fall of a glass of water to the floor caught the attention of everyone in the room. When they turned around, they saw Issei with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, his face all red and stammering. All Issei. Issei, no, I didn't hear wrong, right? Big blush. It took 20 minutes for Issei to calm down. Issei, well, if there's anything else you want to tell me, please tell me at once. Then the girls spoke. Le Fei, I Issei-sama, to tell the truth, I was always in love with you, but I was afraid of being rejected. When you left I felt devastated, and every day I regretted not being able to tell you anything. But now that you are here I don't want to hide it anymore. Issei, I like you. So please allow me to be by your side. Embarrassed and determined look. Kuroka, Issei-naya, I like you, because thanks to you I was able to get back. Was Chiron annoyed remembering her sister. But you have also helped me. When I was a criminal you looked at me as a normal girl, you accepted me as I was, you treated me with such kindness that I fell in love with you. When you left you never forget that you would come back. Now that you are here, allow me to be your girlfriend. And then your wife blushes. Ross, I see, I've always liked you since forever. I won't marry another man other than you. I always knew you would come back. That's why I waited, and I'll keep waiting if necessary. So please allow me to be your wife. Blushes. Ravel, Issei-sama, you know very well that I will always be by your side no matter what happens, and I will only love you. Blushes. Serafal, Issei, I don't know when I started to fall in love with you, but I really thank you for appearing in my life. When you stayed in that place, I realized what I really felt for its love. You promised me that you would come back. Now that you've returned, please stay by our side. Blushes. Office, I don't know about many feelings, But when you left, something inside me had died. But when I heard that you could come back, that which disappeared came back to me and the feeling is much stronger than before. So please Issei, show me what these feelings are blushes without knowing. Venelana, Issei-kun, as I said before, I like you. Ever since I saw you for the first time, now that I have the opportunity, I will take advantage of it. I will show you that my feelings are real happy. Grafia, Issei-sama, you won my heart when you faced Razor. I felt attracted, but it wasn't until the accident in the hot springs happened. That's when I discovered what I really felt. I couldn't tell you since at that time I had to act as Surzex-sama's wife, but when I stopped acting it was too late. But I never lost hope that you would come back. Now that you're here, please let me be part of your life. They all waited for the brown-haired boy's answer, but he just remained silent. While his hair covered his eyes, from one moment to the next he began to cry non-stop. They all got worried and approached him. Ross, I see? Why are you crying? Ravel, what's wrong, Issei-sama? Kuroka, did we say something wrong? Lefei, Issei-sama? Office, Issei? Serafal, Issei-chan? Venelana, Issei-kun? Grafia, Issei-sama? They all didn't know why the brown-haired boy was crying, all of them thinking that he would reject them, but the answer was different when the brown-haired boy dried his tears to show a warm smile that made them all blush. Issei, thank you very much. I don't know what to say, but I hope I can reciprocate your feelings. I hope you take care of this dragon's heart. Smiling. The girls, without wasting time, all pounced on Issei. They were all happy because the young man had accepted their feelings. They cried with happiness because after so much time the dream had finally come true. Girls, thank you very much for letting us be by your side, Issei. We don't mind sharing you. Just promise us that we will have a place in your heart. Happy. Issei, I promise you. Smiling. While Rias and the others who were spending time with their partners felt their hearts begin to hurt, and a feeling of regret appeared, they did not know why, so they did not give it much importance. Back with Issei, everyone was in the room full of happiness that they had not had since he left, and then they calmed down since the brown-haired boy had to tell them something. Issei, before I tell you this, I want you to keep it a secret, and also the fact that I'm coming back. The girls nodded in confirmation, causing Issei to smile. Issei, well, to everyone I am known as the Sekiryuutei, the Red Dragon Emperor, but if I told you that I am the reincarnation of someone from another world? Would you believe me? Seraphil, what do you mean by reincarnation of someone from another world? Ross, is that possible? Ravel, explain that to us, Issei-sama, intrigued. They were all intrigued by what Issei said, but they let him continue. Issei, that's right. I am the reincarnation of a god who holds the title of the Supreme God, or better known as the Monkey King. Sun Wukong in my previous incarnation was called Wukong Jin, which was also the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. They were all shocked since Sun Wukong was known as one of the strongest yokai, but it wasn't enough for him to have that title. Besides the Sun Wukong they knew was Biko's grandfather, who was old and still alive. It was possible to reincarnate in that way in addition to the evil pieces. Issei, I know it's hard to believe, but I traveled to this dimension to fight strong people, and that's how I met Trihexa. They didn't believe what they heard, but they couldn't see that it was a lie, so they decided to believe him. Ophis, that's why Trihexa called you friend, so you're that guy who defeated him thousands of years ago. Smiling. Leify, if you're the Monkey King, shouldn't you have his staff and stuff? Everyone turned their attention back to Issei, who only answered. Issei, I left the staff in an impossible place to reach, and I left my other items in a place known today as Kyoto, which I will soon go to pick up, and also help Kunu with Kuna's engagement, since from what I've been told she doesn't want to marry him. At that moment Ravel and Lefei remembered that they were also engaged, but like Kunu they did not want to, and now that they are in a relationship with Issei, all the more reason they should break that engagement. Lefei, you know I'm also engaged. Sad. Ravel, me too. Sad. Issei, seeing the expressions of both, knew that he did not want to marry them. He knew very well what to do. Issei, you know, I consider myself pretty good at breaking engagements. Leify/Ravel, seriously, would you do that for us? Happy. Issei, of course, after all I'm her boyfriend, isn't that right? Smiling. Once again they all threw themselves at the brown-haired boy. It didn't bother him. On the contrary, he missed her now that he officially has a relationship with them. He liked this more. In the time he was away his perversion decreased to be considered moderate, which didn't go unnoticed by the girls. Since when they saw the brown-haired boy they didn't feel that lustful look that he always had. Now he emitted protection and love. And that's how this day ended, with the return of Hyoudou Issei. Of course, when he said he was going to return to his room they said she would sleep with him since she didn't want to leave his side at any time. The next morning, the brown-haired boy was waking up. But when he was going to get up he felt extra weight, so he looked at what it was. On his left arm were Rosswise and Kuroka, on his right were Lefairy and Revel, on his chest were Ophis, and on his waist were Venelana and Graphia. They were all dressed in a strapless sleeping suit that highlighted their beautiful bodies, although Ophis was still a lowly that didn't take away the fact that she looked beautiful. Issei didn't do anything since he didn't want to wake them up. It seemed horrible to him to see each one sleeping peacefully and snuggling up to him. Issei, I really miss feeling this happy. Drake, you're right, buddy, it's been 7 long years, so from now on enjoy it, and I remind you to go for the academy registration. Issei, you're right, as you say now that world will know the power of the Sekiryuutei he imitating Drake. Drake, I hope so, I don't want you to come out with something from the Ape Dragon Hasai. And so time passed until the girls woke up. Each one gave him a good morning kiss on the cheeks. But what surprised him was receiving a kiss from Venelana and Graphia. It is still difficult for him to accept that she is his partner. First, because Venezuelan was Rias's mother. Her daughter had left him for another man, and now the mother who divorced him comes and confesses that she has loved him in secret. That was very, very crazy. That only happened in the eroges that she watched with her friends. Second, Graphia was never Surzex's real wife. He swore that they looked married. Of course they have never been seen kissing, but that was normal coming from the Platina since she had to behave like a maid. But all of that seemed taken from a hentai that I watched with Matsuda and Motohama. It is still difficult for him to accept this fact, but that is a topic for another day. Everyone had changed into casual or formal clothes. At this moment they are all having breakfast, until a communication circle appeared in Venelana's ear. The person who contacted him was recognized by everyone present as Surzex, the current Mao Lucifer. Surzex, Okasama, where are you? I'm worried about you. They said that you disappeared out of nowhere through a magic circle. Tell me, did something happen? Worried. Venelana looks at everyone, especially Issei, who was signaling her not to tell him that he had returned, to which she got the message and smiled. Venelana, of course something happened. Surzex, tell me, is it something good or bad? Worried. Venelana, it's good, smiling. Surzex, and what is it? Intrigue. Venelana, it's a Sekiryuutei, smiling, you have nothing to worry about, hee. Surzex, Hasai, I'm glad you're okay, mother, well, I have work to do, bye. Venelana, goodbye, son. In this way they told the communication, and everyone sighed since for a moment they thought that Venelana would tell Surzex about Issei's return. After everyone finished breakfast they went to do their activities of the day. Rosswise and Kuroka went to the Citri Academy to take their role as a teacher. Venelana and Graphia returned to the Bale Mansion. Sarah Fall had to return to her job as a Mao. Only Revel, Lefay, Ophis and Issei were left, who had nothing to do. Until Issei remembered something very important. Issei, oh, that's right, after I left what happened to my parents? Curious. Revel, when your parents found out about that, they were devastated, although they are currently living peacefully since they are still waiting for your return. Issei, I'll go tell them I'm back, do you want to come? Leify, yes, happy. Revel, I will follow you wherever Issei-sama happy. Ophis, I'll go too, raising hand. Without further ado, the 4 of them went to the human world to meet their parents on Issei's side, and on the girl's side, well, what can I say, they have to introduce themselves to their future in-laws. Cap 3, Great Sage Soja of Heaven is reborn. A small peaceful town, where everything is quiet. At this moment 4 people are standing at the entrance of a 2-story house. Issei, wow, the house changed from having 6 floors to 2. Leify, When you left a year later, they all decided to go their separate ways, leaving the house only for your parents, so the mouse built another, simpler house for you to live in comfortably. Ravel, even though Rias and the others no longer live with them, she sometimes visits them, but thanks to Rosswise, who is always there to help them with whatever, they even consider her as if she were your wife jealous. Issei, I'll have to thank Ross for being there when I was out, we have to go in happy. They continued ringing the doorbell of the house, waited a few seconds and then heard the voice of an adult woman. Woman, I'm coming. 1 second please. After a few seconds the door opened revealing an older woman with brown hair. She is Issei's mother, Fuyumi Hyoudou, who recognized Ravel. Fuyumi, era Ravel surprised. Ravel, hello Okasama, I was stopping by to see how you are happy. Fuyumi, we're fine, thanks for coming, I see you came accompanied looking at the others. Then everyone introduces themselves. Leify, nice to meet you, I'm Lefei Pendragon, it's good to see you again, Okasama happy. Ophis, I am Ophis. Now the last one to appear was Issei. Issei, it's good to see you Okasan, after so long I finally see you again happy. The woman remained static, since the young man in front of her called her mother, somehow he resembled her son, whom they believe will return one day. The woman began to cry. Fuyumi, Issei? Are you really yours? My child. Crying. Issei, yes Ka-san, I am Issei your son happy. The woman looked at Ravel for an answer, who only nodded in affirmation that it was Issei. The woman hugged her son very tightly while crying with happiness that her son had finally returned. Fuyumi, my little one, you're finally back happy. Otasan, Otasan, Issei is back. The woman called a man inside the house. An older man is seen running towards the entrance to see if what his wife said was true. The man was wearing glasses, brown hair, he is Takeshi Hyoudou. The man stared at the young man who had his wife hugging him while crying with a smile. Takeshi, is that you Issei? Surprised son? Issei, that's right too-san, I'm back happy. The father could not hold back any longer and hugged his son, Leify and Ravel. He watched, moved as he held back the urge to cry at the sight of such a scene. Ophis showed no emotion, but she was also just as happy. The first to recover was the mother who told them to enter the house. Inside the house in the living room was Issei sitting, on his right was Leify, on his left was Ravel and on his lap was Ophis. In front of them sits the father with a smile, while his wife serves tea to everyone. Takeshi/Fuyumi, we're glad to have you back son happy. Issei, likewise Ka-san, too-san happy. Everyone was talking about what happened to them in these 7 years. The parents told him about the girls, which Issei did not show that it affected him even though his heart felt like it was exploding with pain, he still knew how to hide it. They spent a while until the mother came out with her question looking at how close the girls are with her son. Fuyumi, son, are they your girlfriends? Looking at the girls. The parents were watching the girls who immediately blushed. Issei, that's right, they are my girlfriends, there are also others who couldn't come because of work. I will introduce them soon smiling. Leify, nice to meet you too Sama, Ka-sama, I'm Leify and I'm Issei's girlfriend blush. Ravel, I'm also Issei's girlfriend blush. Ophis, I'm also Issei's girlfriend happy 8. Takeshi, and some of them are Rasuwaiza-chan and Kuroka-chan? Issei, sure smiling. Takeshi, did you hear that Ka-san? Finally Ras-chan and Kuroka-chan already have a relationship with Issei crying with happiness. Fuyumi, yes too-san, very soon we will have many grandchildren crying with happiness. Issei just watched this with a smile, as it was nostalgic for him, and that was what made him his parents. At one point the bell rang, the mother went to see who it was, and at one point she entered the living room with her mother. 3 girls, 1 blonde, 1 brown-haired and 1 blue-haired, were recognized by everyone in the room. Ravel and Lefei were upset, although they didn't show it much. The 3 are Asia Argento, Irina Shido and Zenobia Korda. The 3 were surprised to see Leify, Ravel and Ophis. Irina, oh. What are Rave-san, Leify-san and Ophis-sama doing here? Zenobia, who is he? Pointing at Issei. Leify, we came to visit Tu-sama and Ka-sama a little angry. Ravel, it's normal that I came to greet my in-laws angry. Ophis, what are you doing here? Angry. Asia, we are going on a date with our boyfriend, but we saw that it was not time yet, so we decided to come here for a while. The three of them stared at the church trio until the mother spoke. Fuyumi, smiling Asia, Irina, Zenobia, he is interrupted. Issei, Jin, my name is Yakumo Jin, an old friend of Hyoudou. The parents were surprised because their son used another name, although they understood why he did this. Leifi, Revel and Ophis knew about this, so they were not surprised. The trio of the church were surprised because they did not know that Issei knew besides the ones they know. Issei, Jin, he has told me many things about you. No wonder he fell in love with you. Tell me, are you still waiting for his return? Smiling. His girlfriends were shocked to hear that. They didn't know why he did it, but they decided to ask the question later. The trio were surprised because he knew what happened to the brown-haired boy. Zenobia, how do you know that? Seriously. The other two nod to the question. Issei, Jin, I know many things about the supernatural. Now please answer my question? Smiling. Lastres hesitated for a moment but decided to tell him. But he had nothing to lose by saying it. After all, he wouldn't come back, right? Asia, he won't come back, he must be dead. Irina, even though it's hard to accept, he won't be back. Zenobia, that's why we decided to move on with our lives. Issei, Jin, then will they stop loving him? Do they love their boyfriends? SEO. Irina, Asia, Zenobia, he's dead, we can't love someone who's dead, and we do love our boyfriends. That was what the trio said, leaving a great silence in the room. Issei's girlfriends were furious because they said all that in front of the man they swore to love a long time ago. The parents just remained silent. A great silence reigned over the room for a few moments. At one point a communication circle appeared in the ears of the church trio. It was their boyfriends, communicating that they are waiting for them, so the trio said goodbye and left. Issei, well, I guess we're leaving too. Fuyumi, where to, son? Are you going to live in the house again? Issei, to Kyoto, and about the last thing I have something in mind, smiles. Takashi, what is it, son? Issei, it's a secret, I'll tell you when the time comes. It was a pleasure to see you again, Ka-san, Tu-san. Parents, we are glad to have you back, praise their son. Issei, okay girls, we're going to Kyoto. Girls, hey! So Issei and his girls disappeared through a magic circle bound for Kyoto. Takashi, honey, do you think we'll have our grandson soon this time? Smiling. Fuyumi, definitely, I already want to see the rest of my son's girlfriends, smiling. Kyoto, Yasaka Castle. Outside the castle, Issei and the others appeared. They reached the entrance where one yokai guard stopped him. Ravel, we came to see the leader of the yokai Yasaka. Guard, you cannot pass, you are not allowed to enter the castle at this time, Ravel-sama. Leifi, why? Guard, she and her daughter are discussing the engagement of Kuno-sama and Yashiki-sama. Issei, all the more reason we have to be there, please let us pass seriously. Issei tried to pass, but the guards prevented him until he decided to do it the hard way. Issei, Hasai, well, if it didn't work out by good means, it will be by bad means. Girls, get out of the way, fighting pose. Leifi, Ravel and Ophis moved away. In a moment a ring appeared on Issei's head, surprising everyone, even though Issei had told them about his powers. Seeing it was very different than hearing it. The brown-haired boy suddenly launched himself against the guards, stopping their attacks with his hands, and kicking them with his feet, causing a great deal of noise around them. Moments before, inside the castle in a room, the council of the yokai, Yasaka, Kuno, a general of the yokai, Yashiki, Kuno's fiancé, were gathered. Apparently they are discussing the engagement of the younger Kitsune. Yasaka, I refuse this commitment, angry. Old Yokai 1, Yasaka, we already discussed that. The council has already decided that your daughter will marry the son of the Daimon general. Kuno, I don't want to marry him. I want to marry the person I love. Oldman 2, Kunoheim, you've heard us, our decision is final, nothing will change it, please understand. Daimon, Kuno-sama, I don't know why you are against this engagement. If my son likes you so much, I'm sure he will love you. Kunu, I don't love him. I will only marry Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei. Angry. What the blonde Kitsune said angered the young yokai, who suddenly jumped up from his seat. Yashiki, Kuno-sama, you have to understand that the Red Emperor is dead. He is no longer interrupted. Kunu, you're wrong, he's alive, he'll come back and I'll marry him. About to cry. Yashiki, I'm fed up. What does he have that I don't have? You always talk about him, he's already dead. Accept it. Angry. Kunu, he fights to defend everything that is right, while you only seek power. The young yokai got angry, since it was true, but he didn't admit it, but he wanted Kunu for her body. Kunu is now 17 years old, and has a body that is unmatched by other women from other factions, not to mention her mother. The young yokai walked up to the Kitsune and grabbed her hand tightly. Yashiki, listen carefully, the council agreed that you will marry me and you will not make me look ridiculous even though you are the daughter of the leader of the yokai. Angry, forcefully letting go of Kunu's hand. The Kitsune threw herself to the floor. Since it was true, she could not escape this commitment. She began to cry. Kunu, Issei Dano whispering. The tears did not stop falling down her cheeks. Her mother Yasaka was about to intervene. She no longer wanted her daughter to be in this situation. When she was about to do so, the door to the living room suddenly opened, releasing a lot of smoke. Everyone present was wondering what was happening as they entered a combat stance. A young brown-haired man emerged from the smoke, wearing a tank top, black pants, and red shoes. Issei, I warned them, relaxed tone, looking at all the guards lying on the ground. Daimo, who are you? Seriously. Old men, are you coming to attack us? Issei, me? Pointing to himself. Behind Issei comes Revel, Leify, and Office, which surprised everyone. Leify, Jin-sama, it's obvious that he's referring to you. Laugh. Among the yokai, Yasaka came out with her daughter to talk to the girls. Yasaka, Office-sama, Revel, Leify come with him, pointing to the brown-haired boy. Revel, yes, happy looking at the chestnut tree. Then Issei sent present. Issei, Jin, nice to meet you, my name is Yukumo Jin, Yasaka-sama, Kuno-chan, and I'm sorry for the mess I caused, but they wouldn't let me in, smiling and bowing. Yasaka, nice to meet you, Jin Dano, I am Yasaka, current leader of the yokai, and she is my Kunu daughter. Kunu, wiping away tears, I am Kunu, nice to meet you. Then Revel and Leify approached Kunu to calm her down. Revel, calm down, Kunu-san, everything will end right now, smiling. Leify, that's right, he will help us with our commitment, happy and looking at the chestnut. Kunu, really happy, does that mean I can keep waiting for Issei Dano to come back? Office, that's right, and you'll see it as soon as possible. Everyone in the room heard that, but they were focused on the brown-haired boy and didn't think that. Kunu and Yasaka were surprised because they didn't know what Office meant. Was it her return? Yasaka, Office-sama, what do you mean? Office, we'll talk about it in private, but first leave everything in his hands, pointing at Issei. Yasaka didn't understand anything but decided to see what was happening to intervene. Yashiki, how dare you enter the palace of the leader of the yokai, and even more so interrupt this meeting with my fiancé? Angry. Issei, Jin, well, I heard it was a forced engagement, so I'm here to break it, seriously looking at the young yokai. Daimon, you know what you're saying, brat? If you do, we'll capture you and you'll be punished. Angry. Issei, Jin, that's the least of my concerns. What I care about is breaking the engagement of the three of them, pointing to Leify, Revel, and Kunu. The magician and the phoenix blushed at their boyfriend's comment, but they were happy because it showed that he loved them. Yashiki, don't make me laugh, you're nobody to come and do that, haha, mocking. Issei, Jin, well, you don't lose anything by having a duel with me. If I win, the Kunu's engagement is cancelled, and if you win, well, you can ask me for anything. Yashiki, I think that's fine. In fact, I already know what he'll ask you, he mimicking Revel and Leify. Well, the duel will be at night. I hope you don't run away, mockingly. Issei, he said the same thing. Yashiki, well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go prepare for the duel. So everyone left, leaving Yasaka, Kunu, Ravel, Leifi, Office, and Issei, who went to the leader's office to talk in private. Yasaka, thank you very much for helping my daughter, but it is dangerous for you to fight with him. Leifi, don't worry Yasaka-sama, he is very strong, smiling. Ravel, just leave it in my boyfriend's hand, puffing out his chest. Leifi, ours, you mean? Kunu, Ravel-san, what do you mean her boyfriend? I thought you still love Issei-dano like me, but I see I was wrong, angry. Ravel, you're wrong, I love Issei with all my being and I wouldn't change him like them, happy. Yasaka, then why do you say that he is her boyfriend, looking at the brown-haired boy? Before the chestnut could answer, Office spoke up. Office, it's because he's Issei, smiling, pointing at the brown-haired boy. Yasaka and Kunu were in shock as they did not believe what Office was saying. Yasaka/Kunu, is that true? The two Kitsune looked at Ravel and Leifi, who both nodded in confirmation, then looked at the brown-haired boy, who smiled at them to show the boosted gear. Drake, they are telling the truth, my partner is Hyoudou Issei. Issei, that's right, I'm Issei, it's good to see you again, Yasaka-sama, Kunu-chan smiling. The two Kitsune, upon confirming that it was true, began to cry and fall to their knees. They were crying like little girls, haha, so to speak. Issei, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Worried. Kunu, it's I always dreamed that someday you would come back, this isn't a dream, right? Waya crying. Yasaka, I always knew you would come back, I never lost hope, crying. The two of them launched themselves towards the brown-haired boy. The brown-haired boy was surprised, although he reciprocated the hug. Both, you finally came back, my Issei. Happy. After that moment things calmed down, now the two Kitsune had a big smile. Yasaka is happy, the only man who had won her heart, the father of Kunu assigned by the council, was to create offspring, even for her daughter is everything. Now that the brown-haired man returned, she would marry him. Kunu, for her part, the man she admires and loves has finally returned, now he is older, she could confess to him. Now she would fulfill her little dream of marrying the man she loves, even though all her girls think that. The change that the chestnut suffered did not bother him, on the contrary, now he looked mature, without ceasing to look like a teenager. His musculature had increased, without exaggerating of course, so to speak it was more marked. Kunu, Issei-dano, you know if you break the engagement you will become my fiancé, right? Issei, to tell the truth I wouldn't mind having you as a wife. Of course, if you don't like it, I can cancel it. Kunu, no. I say no, you know, Issei-dano. I would really like to become your wife, you know. I also know that I will not be the only one, but I like you, Issei. Since you saved my mother, I have fallen in love with you. At that time I was little, I knew that you would not take it into account, but now that I am older, I can finally confess to you. That is why I hope to have a place in your heart. At that point Yasaka decides to speak. So much time has passed, she doesn't want to waste any more time. Yasaka, happy, you know, Kunu, she's not the only one who's in love with you, me too, you know, since you rescued me it was just gratitude. But little by little it turned into love for you, but I know you don't want a woman who's already married once and already has a daughter, sad. Issei was stupefied, he swore he would faint from Yasaka's confession. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that Venelana was also an ex-married woman, that wouldn't matter to him, since if her feelings were true he would gladly accept. Before answering he turned and looked at his girls for something to say. Ravel, Sai, we knew we wouldn't be the only ones, and I know Kunu has had feelings for you, so you already know what to do, smiles. Leifi, I don't mind sharing you, Issei-sama. If I have a place in your heart I'm happy, smiles. Office, dragons are polygamous, so you can have a harem, but promise me you won't leave me, smiles. When Issei heard this, he knew what to do. He never gave up his dream of being the king of the harem, but now it was different. Now he wasn't thinking about perverted purposes. On the contrary, he wants to care for and love everyone equally, and for them to love him. Issei, Kunu, I gladly accept you as my fiancé and I hope to reciprocate your feelings in Yasaka. I don't care if you are a woman who is married, no, I would also like to have a place in your heart, but you know that you will not be the only ones interrupted. Kunu, yes I know, but if it is to be able to be with you I don't mind sharing you happy. Yasaka, if I have you, that's all I need. Happy. Issei, thank you for accepting this fool as your fiancé and boyfriend. Smiling. The two of them didn't say anything and they rushed to hug the brown-haired boy, followed by Ravel, Leify and Ophis. After a while everyone calms down again. Issei, first of all I want to ask you to keep it a secret that I returned. For the others I am Wukong Jin, understood? The two Kitsune nod in confirmation, which brought a smile of relief to the brunette since he doesn't want to reveal himself yet. Issei, there's still a long way to go before the duel begins. Do you want to go for a walk around the city? Smiling. Girls, of course we would love to. So Issei accompanied Leify, Ravel, Ophis, Kunu and Yasaka. They went to visit Kyoto until the time of the duel arrives. Underworld, Citri Academy. In the academy office, the director's office to be more precise, inside are Sona Citri the director and Tsubaki Shinra the vice director. They are drinking tea and talking about trivial things. Tsubaki, Sona-sama, have you noticed that today, Serafal-sama looked very happy? Sona, yes, in fact I asked you the reason. Tsubaki, what was it? Sona, Wani-sama said it was a secret. They both laughed, but they were happy for her since she hadn't looked so happy for a long time. Suddenly a magic circle appeared in the room. It was one they had never seen before, so they stood ready to attack the intruder. 4 black-hooded men appeared from the circle. Sona, who are they? What are they doing here? We're coming for you. We want you to attract the Mao Leviathan. Tsubaki, don't even think about it. Angry. Then it will be by force disappearing. Sona looked for him. When she found him it was too late. He had appeared behind her, knocking her out. Tsubaki, Sona! Other subjects knocked her out too. 2 by 1. Great, I'll have fun with her when I kill the Mao. Evil smile. Yes, but first we have to keep them intact. These are Rizavim-sama's orders. So the 4 hooded men took Sona and Tsubaki through a magic circle. Kyoto, city of yokai. You see 6 people walking everywhere, visiting each stand, enjoying the walk. Even though there was nothing special, it was for the chestnut. They ate at different food stands. It must be said that Ophis ate a little more than the others, even though Yasaka invited them all. Soon the fight between Jin, Issei, and Yashiki would begin, which now with even more reason he had to win. Ravel, Issei-sama, the duel is almost starting. It's time for us to go. Issei, fine, but Ravel, can you call the others? Ravel, of course, that's exactly what I'm doing. Leify, Issei-sama, we have to hurry. In this way Issei went to the stadium where the duel would begin. Upon arriving outside it looked like a stadium with an oriental design. From there Issei went in a different direction to enter the arena, where upon entering he could notice a multitude of yokai. There were some demons, angels, fallen, and even some as guardians. Upon entering he could see Yashiki in front of him, who had a confident smile. Yashiki, wow, I didn't think you were going to come. It's good that I told everyone to watch this duel, and it will also be broadcast to all factions, where the strongest yokai of this generation will face off against. Who are you? Mocking. Jin, Issei Yakumo Jin, the true fiancé of Kunu. Yashiki, tisk, well let's continue. Angry, against Jin. In the crowd you could hear them supporting the young yokai, and Issei, well he said he would destroy him. While with Yasaka, Kunu, Leify, Ravel and Ophis, they had arrived at a VIP room, where they sat down. From one moment to another 3 magic circles appeared. In the first Roswise and Kuroka came out, the second Serafal came out, and the last Venelana came out with Grafia. They were all excited because their boyfriend was going to fight and there was no way she would lose that. That's right, gentlemen, it was so important that Serafal escaped from her job to see him. Serafal, are we late? Ophis, not at all, they arrived at the exact moment. Smiling. Kuroka, I want to see Naya fight. Smiling. Venelana, come on girls, we have to get up to see him fight. A full laughter. Yasaka, Venelana-sama? Don't tell me that you are surprised. Venelana, that's right Yasaka-sama, all of us present here are Issei's girlfriends, also those who always believed that he would return. Smile. The girls blushed at that, even though they felt very happy. Kunu, my mother and I are too happy. Ross, and how did Issei end up accepting this duel? Curious. Yasaka, about that. First it was to break my daughter's engagement, but now Issei will fight for her hand, smiling. Kunu blushed at the comment. The girls were surprised by that, but it was to be expected from Issei. They quickly accepted the two new members of Issei's harem. They were all talking until Grafia spoke. Grafia, look around, it's Ria Sojusama and her entourage, pointing to the other end to another VIP room. And so it was. The room in front of them were Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia and Irena. Apparently they supported Yashiki, who was Kaneko's fiancé too. With Rias and the others. Akino, look Rias I and there are Yasaka, Kunu, Ravel, Leifi, Office, Kuroka, Rosswise, Venelana-sama and Grafia. Surprised. Rias looked in that direction and was surprised to see her mother with the others. It seemed like they got along very well. That was strange for Rias. The church trio saw who their opponent was and were surprised. Rias, what are they doing there? Intrigued. Asia, isn't it Jin-san? Surprised. Irena, yes, it's him. Zenobia, but what is he doing here, and talking to Yashiki-san? Surprised. Rias, do you know him? Surprised. Asia, yes, we met him today at the Hyoudou residence. Akino, what were you doing there? Irena, he said he came to visit Issei's parents. Kaneko, come on, Yashiki excited. Back with Issei, he is styling to be prepared, in that between the referee. Referee, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today we have a special meeting. As you all know, this fight will be for the hand of Kunoheim. On one side is Yashiki, Kunoheim's fiancé and next leader of her clan. And on the other side is the mysterious young man who appeared out of nowhere preventing this engagement. He alone managed to enter Yasaka-sama's castle, passing through all the guards. He is Yakumo Jin. The crowd exclaims with excitement. Referee, also, this fight will be broadcast live to all factions, and we will also have special guests this time. Pointing to the room where Rias and the others are, on this side will be Rias Gremry and her entourage, and also among them is her other fiancé, Kaneko Tujo. Do you have something to say to your fiancé, Kaneko? Kaneko spoke through a microphone. Yashiki, you can do it, win. The young yokai just nods with a smile. Referee, and on the other side is Yasaka-sama and her daughter Kunoheim. There are also special guests like Ravel Phoenix, the third daughter of the clan and Alan Valifor's fiancé. Leifi Pendragon, the strongest magician and William Klaus' fiancé. Rosswise, the Valkyrie and Tower of Rias Gremry. Kuroka, Kaneko Tujo's sister. Venelana Bale, Lord Gremry's ex-wife. Grafia Lucifuge, one of the most beautiful women in the underworld, along with Venelana and Seraphal. Seraphal Citri, the Mao Leviathan. And the goddess Ophis, the dragon of infinity. Referee, it seems that all of them are on the side of the mysterious Yakumo Jin. Do you have anything to say, girls? They decided to talk all together. Girls, Jin-kun/Dano/Sama, you can do it, and we love you and good luck. That made the brunette blush immediately, and with a smile he greeted her with his hand. That comment surprised everyone present, especially Rias and the others, since their mother had just said that. Is he something like a boyfriend or a lover for his mother? That Jin didn't seem like a big deal in everyone's eyes. What kind of relationship will I have with his mother? Referee, wow, that's really impressive. It seems he never stops impressing us. Okay, now everyone ready? Let the fight begin. As soon as the fight began, both of them launched themselves at each other. Yashiki gave him concentrated blows with senjutsu, while the brown-haired boy only defended himself with his feet and hands. At one point they both distanced themselves. Yashiki, wow, I see you're strong, but can you handle this? Starts to transform. He begins to take parts of a bird, dark wings. When everything was finished they saw the new form of the young yokai. Yashiki, now this is my yokai form, tell me, can you handle this arrogant smile? Jin, Issei, we won't know until we try Smile's fighting pose. Everyone was amazed, as they saw the brown-haired boy gathering something like blue energy in his left foot. Yashiki, you surprise me. You know when I win this fight, I'll take that phoenix, the magician and Kunu to enjoy them, haha, maybe I'll let you see how I enjoy them arrogance. That comment was the straw that broke the camel's back. For Issei to explode, nobody touches a female dragon. Jin, Issei, I was going to leave you alone unconscious, but now I'll break some of your bones. Angry. The two of them again started fighting. With the Issei girls. Leifi, Issei-sama is incredible, he is on par without using his sacred gear, excited. Kuroka, I see Naya is awesome, excited. Ras, I see let's go, supporting the brown-haired boy in a low voice. Ravel, Issei-sama looks so hexy, fantasizing. Venelin and Grafia were the same as Ravel, fantasizing, although Grafia had already seen the brown-haired boy's body. This time she wanted to see it completely since the change she obtained made him look hexier according to everyone. Yasaka and Kunu were equally blushing. Yasaka already wanted her wedding, while Kunu stayed watching her soon-to-be fiancé's fight. With Rias and the others, they were shocked since that young man was on par with the strongest yokai of this generation. They could not believe this. Back to the fight. Yashiki, I want to have them for myself, so let's finish this quickly. He began to gather energy to launch an attack, while the brown-haired boy did the same but had another plan in mind. Yashiki, take that. I throw a huge dark sphere of senjutsu towards the brown-haired boy. He just stood there stunned. When he was about to hit the ball, a ring materialized around the brown-haired boy's head. His eyes had turned sky blue, and then he smiled. Jin, Issei, come to my Rijingu whisper. From the moon, a silver staff stuck deep inside began to grow in size, stretching towards the earth as quickly as possible. The staff arrived so quickly that it crushed the yokai's attack. At that moment everyone was surprised as a staff appeared out of nowhere. Everyone had Sun Wukong's staff in mind. They believed that he intervened, but it was not like that, until the referee spoke. Referee, what is the Monkey King's staff doing here? All the spectators were waiting for an answer, as were Issei's girls, although they already had an idea of who he was since he came from heaven, and some remembered what the brown-haired boy said. The staff is in a place unreachable for everyone. Some girls looked at the faces of the Gremry, stupefied at what just happened, knowing that the man they abandoned would become so powerful. Issei, that's what I called it, it belongs to me. Referee, but the only stick that can grow is the Monkey King's, right? How is it possible that it's yours? Issei, it was, now there are two smiling and this one belongs to me. Issei went towards the staff, touched it and whispered shrink, then the staff began to shrink to be a normal size, so to speak. He prepares to fight again. Jin, Issei, I'm ready, let's finish this now, serious. Yashiki, I say the same, I already want to see Kunu, and some lovers smiles lasciviously. Issei became more angry. Without wasting time the two collided again, creating a curtain of wind and smoke. From the smoke Yashiki flew out, and with a wave of his wings he stopped in the air. He stared at the smoke curtain. When it dissipated there was no trace of the brown-haired boy. The yokai searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. Jin, Issei, behind you. The yokai quickly turned to look, and the only thing he saw was the staff that hit him and sent him to the ground. Without wasting time, the brown-haired boy pointed his rui at the yokai, then said, Jin, Issei, grow rui. Yashiki, Madito, I won't be humiliated in front of everyone. The staff grew so much that it reached the yokai, who tried to stop it, but the attempt was useless. The staff crushed him, leaving him out of combat. Jin, Issei, ha sai, it's all over now. Referee, and the winner is Yakumo Jin. Issei shrank his basto enough to put it away. The spectators were impressed, as he defeated the strongest yokai of this generation, as if it were nothing. The Gremries were all angry because Kaniko's fiancé had been defeated. Issei's girls were happy that Kunu ran towards the sand to reach the brown-haired boy. Upon arriving, she threw herself towards the coast with great happiness. Kunu, you did it, you really did it. Happy. Issei, I would do the impossible for all of you. Kunu didn't say anything, I just smiled at her, and then shortened the distance. Kiss. That left the brown-haired boy with his eyes open. The kiss lasted for about 5 seconds, then separated. Issei was blushing, as was the Kitsune. Kunu, you will take responsibility, won't you, my future husband? Blushes with a sweet smile. Issei, sure, if you don't mind this fool being your husband, smiling. It's not fair, we also wanted a kiss. Jealous. Issei and Kunu turned to see, and saw Roswise, Kuroka, Lefei, Ravel, Venelana, Grafia, Ophis and Yasaka, all jealous. Although Pa Yasaka is also happy for her daughter, they had all come to the arena to be with the brown-haired boy. Lefei, Issei-sama, I want it too. Pout. Ravel, Issei-sama, I am also your girlfriend, jealous. Ross, I want it too. Embarrassed. Seraphal, bad pout. Venelana, don't forget about us too, Issei-kun smiling. Graphics, Issei-sama, signs of jealousy. That made the brown-haired boy sigh, and then speak. Issei, it will be when we are alone, remember that it is still a secret, smiling. The girls just nodded, since it was true that no one knew that the brunette had returned apart from her. While Issei was talking to his girls, next to the young yokai who was lying unconscious on the ground with some broken bones, the gremlin approached him so that Asia could heal him. While the blonde healed the yokai, the others approached the brown-haired girl, some angrily. Before anyone could speak, a white-haired girl rushed to hit him. The brown-haired boy, noticing this attack, pushed Kunu and the others aside, only to receive the blow that sent him flying until he crashed into the wall. Seraphal, Kuroka and Roswise went to help him, and the others stayed to argue. Kaneko, how dare you leave my fiancé in that condition, angry. The gremlin were surprised by their partner's attitude. It was still to be expected since her fiancé has broken bones and is unconscious. The girls got angry at the attack on the small gremlin tower. They wanted to attack it but were stopped by Venelana and Grafia, although they also wanted to scold them for doing that to the brown-haired boy but decided not to. Ravel, why did you attack Jean, Kaneko? Angry. Lefei, he just did the right thing by breaking the engagement, angry. Kaneko, Yashiki wanted Kunosama. He wanted to marry her seriously. Kunu, I don't want to marry him, I love Jean Dano, angry. That's when the other gremlin come closer. Rias, from what I heard, the appreciation of nothingness, and you don't know if it's an enemy or not. Akino, you should be careful, Kunu-chan. Ophis, Jean is not an enemy, I can assure you. Zenobia, but it's for your safety, Kunosama. Ravel, Jean is nothing like that. He would give his life to protect everyone if necessary, so please stop doubting him, angry. Yasaka, he is trustworthy, he proved it, and I trust him with all my being, slight blush. Venelana, Rias, you better tell Kaneko-chan to apologize. Rias, but what things you say, mother, should I ask why are you here? Venelana, well, I came to see the fight because Ravel-chan called me, smiling. Of course part of it was true, omitting the part about him being her boyfriend. Rias, also, why did you say that on the radio? Do you have any relationship with him? Venelana, how can I tell you, daughter, he has everything I look for in a man, he is kind, humble, he always protects people, he never gives up, among other things, smiling. Akino, Venelana-sama, are you not implying that he is her boyfriend? Surprised. Venelana, he's my boyfriend, but I'm not his only girlfriend, Afufa, smiling. Rias, mother, how can you act like this? He has several women, and yet you still love him? Shocked. Venelana, that's right, and I don't mind sharing it, if I have a place in your heart. Rias gets angry upon hearing that because she had never seen her mother act that way, and it was all the brown-haired boy's fault. Just at that moment the chestnut was heading this way after being sent to the stone arena. Rias, you! What have you done to my mother to make her behave this way? Angry. Jean, Issei, before answering that question, can I ask you a question seriously? At that the redhead nods. Issei, okay, I know you loved someone named Hyoudou Issei. Tell me, do you still love him, or did you think he was dead? Seriously. Then they speak. Rias, honestly, I don't think he'll come back. I couldn't love someone who's dead. Akino, I'm sure he would have liked us to move on with our lives. Asia, Issei-san is great, and thanks to him I was able to meet my current boyfriend. Irina/Sinovia, we thank you too. Kaneko, he won't come back because he must already be dead. Issei just remained silent, while his hair covered his eyes. Inside him, all the moments he spent with them began to break and become broken glass that stuck in him. His heart hurt, that once the women he loved and protected were leaving him for dead. The girls were the same, angry with Rias and the others, since they still don't realize that he is in front of them. It hurt them to see the brown-haired boy like that. They all wanted to shout their secret and tell the Gremory that he lost something valuable, really valuable. Rias, okay, now answer my question. When Issei was going to answer, a magic circle appeared. It was from the Citri clan. From it came Tsubaki. With wounds and destroyed clothes, it was noticeable that she barely had the strength to remain standing. She falls to the ground. Before she falls, she is caught by the brown-haired boy. Rias, Tsubaki! What happened to you? Worried. The brunette barely had any strength left, but she gathered all the strength she had left to speak. Tsubaki. So Sona, they captured him. Issei, who was it? Seriously. Tsubaki, it was Rizavim falls unconscious. They were all surprised to hear Rizavim's name. All factions already thought the most dangerous subject of all was dead, but in reality he is alive and has returned. Rias, it can't be, he died, he shouldn't be alive. Shocked. Asia, now what do we do? He is very dangerous. Scared. Of all those present, even one who is furious, that is Serafal, was freezing everything around her. Serafal, I want a faction meeting now, it's an emergency. Furious. So they all proceeded to contact all the factions for a meeting. When they told that Rizavim was alive, everyone was shocked since the previous time he had the Sekiryuutei to help them. But now he is dead, not knowing that the factions have the support of the Sekiryuutei, and also a being that will surpass Trihexa by far. Meeting of the factions. In a room were the leaders of the biblical factions discussing with the leader of the yokai, Asgard and Olympus. Also there are Issei and his girls, Rias and her entourage and their respective partners, Vala and his group, Gabriel and Penemu. Surzex, well, as you all know, Rizavim is back. He is holding Sona Citri, Serafal's sister, hostage. We have to do a search before it's too late. Seriously. Ajuka, I'll try to locate his king piece, this way it will be easier to find him. Azazel, now it will be more difficult to defeat him. Michel, what do you mean, Azazel? Odin, let me explain. In the previous confrontation against Rizavim, we had the young Hyoudou on our side. Thanks to him we defeated Rizavim. Now that he is gone, it will be very difficult for us to defeat him, especially now that we don't know how powerful he has become. Serious. The room was silent. It was true, they won the war thanks to the brown-haired boy, but now that he is gone, things would get complicated. Someone spoke of the silence. Gabriel, he is not dead, he will return, I am sure of that. He has always been there when we needed him most, and this will not be an exception either. Hand touching chest. Penemu, that's right. While others think he's dead looking at the Gremory and Irina, others of us have hope that he'll come back. Azazel, girls? Perhaps you interrupted. Penemu, that's right, Azazel. I love Hyoudou Issei, and I will continue to wait for his return until the end of time. Slight blush. Gabriel, me too. I know he will come back, and I will confess to him what I feel. Sweet smile. Everyone in the room was surprised at what the two said, especially the brown-haired boy since he kept his identity hidden. He was red as a tomato. The girls only saw the brown-haired boy's reaction and immediately knew that he would have other rivals for the harem. They just sighed. Zeus, and you propose for the rescue? Surzex, I don't know, we'll think of something. Issei, I have a plan. That caught everyone's attention since they didn't know who the brown-haired boy was. Odin, excuse me, but who are you? Issei, my name is Wukong Jin, and I will rescue Sona Citri. Serious. Azazel, you know what you're saying, young man. He's quite strong. I'm sure that now even we are no match for him. Michael, Azazel is very right. What makes us believe that you can fight him? Issei, how to say it, it's complicated. Surzek, what are you saying? Explain yourself. Issei, before answering I would like to go see Tsubaki-san. I would like to see her condition, so with your permission. The brown-haired boy left the room to go see Tsubaki. Azazel, do you think we can trust him? Xerxes, I don't know, but we should first listen to what he has to say. Michael, you're right. Odin, but you know that boy reminds me of someone, but I can't figure out who. Everyone in the room had doubts about the brown-haired boy, since technically he came out of nowhere, and there was no information about him in the natural and supernatural. They only knew his name and that he was Kunu's fiancé. Seraphal, don't worry, you can trust him. Smiling. Ravel, that's right, leave everything in Jin's hands, he will rescue Sona. Smiling. Leifi, there is nothing to worry about, he will beat Rizavim. Smiling. Rosswise, that's right, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Smiling. Kuroka, he is very strong, not even all of us together can beat him. Smiling. Yasaka, that's true, and in the duel against Yashiki, he didn't even sweat or get agitated. Smiling. Kunu, it's true, he would never lose. Smiling. Venelana, he will make a miracle, leave it in his hands. Smiling. Grafia, Jin-sama would never lose, he always fights to protect everything that matters to him. Slight smile. Everyone in the room looked at them who had a sweet smile. Everyone wondered how strong she was. When she was going to ask about that, Ophis spoke. Ophis, if you ask how strong he is, I'll just say that with all his power he makes Trihexa look ridiculous like a child. Smiling. That was the comment that sent shockwaves through the entire room. Some already knew he was that powerful, but only Ophis and Leifi knew he was superior to the beast. All, whattttttttttttt. Ophis, as I said, there's nothing to worry about. Azazel, how is it possible that someone so powerful exists and being a young man? Exalted. Xerxes' mother, is that the guy you mentioned? Intrigued. Venelana, that's right, a fufu, and he will be my husband. Smiling. Xerxes throws himself at his ascendant since his mother and that young man have a relationship. Does that mean he will be his stepfather? How did she meet the young man? Is he really that strong? Were the questions that were going through the heads of everyone present except for Issei's girls. Odin, may I know where it came from? Rosswise, that Odin-sama is a secret that only he will tell. Michael, do you all know where you come from? Girls, yes. But he asked us to keep it a secret until he decided to reveal himself. Smiling. Xerxes' mother Grafia, do you know much about him? Both, yes. Azazel, could you tell us? Ophis, I'm sorry, that has to be in private and with the present. Michael, aren't we all completely allied? Intrigued. Yasaka, yes, but it's not about alliance, but about the person. Xerxes, what do you mean? Ophis, we just have to wait for him to come back. So everyone in the room was left waiting for an answer about the chestnut. While with the brown-haired boy he had arrived at the entrance of the infirmary where Tsubaki was unconscious, the brown-haired boy entered and walked until he was next to the bed. He stood still and then materialized his boosted gear. Boost transfer. Drake, you're sure you want to reveal yourself so soon? I thought you wanted more time to be hidden before showing yourself as Hyoudou Issei. Issei, I will show myself as the Great Sage or Monkey King Drake. I still do not plan to reveal myself as Issei to the world but to its leaders. Well, this is enough for Shinra-senpai to wake up. Now we have to go get the other missing objects before going to rescue Kaicho. Thus the brown-haired boy dematerializes his sacred gear and leaves the room, not knowing that Tsubaki had heard everything. Tsubaki, hi Hyoudou, you finally came back crying with joy. Now the brown-haired boy had returned to the meeting room where everyone was waiting for him to tell them who he was. Xerxes, well, now that you're back, we hope you'll tell us the truth. Issei, fine, but first I want to get some people out of this room. Odin, but what things they say, do you think there is a Pterodor among all of them? Angry. Issei, it's not that, it's something personal, so please understand. Michael, okay, so who are you going to take out? Issei, Arias Gremory and her entourage and their partners, Irina Shido, Vala and her team. Rias, you can't do that. Who do you think you are? Irritated. Xerxes, fine, we accept. Ha Sai. Rias, but Oniai-sama interrupted. Sirs, Rias, it is Rizavim we are talking about. We must have all the help we can get, so please. Rias, without protesting, only left the room before taking a look at the brunette. Along with her entourage and her partners, Vala and her group left, leaving only the room, the leaders, Gabriel, Penemu, Issei and their girlfriends. Odin, well, young, you can start young. Issei, fine, but first, Leifi, can you create a magic field to prevent all sound from leaving this room? Leifi, sure, right now. The magician created a field of magic that prevented her from hearing their conversation. Leifi, that's it. Issei, well, first of all, you know me as Yakumo Jin, and with the appearance of Rizavim I have been forced to reveal my return to you. Everyone had doubts about what he meant by his return. Issei, you guys know me by another name. Sirs, which one is it? Odin, upon noticing, was able to recognize the young man, and a smile appeared on his face. Odin, so you're finally back. Wow, you've changed a lot, my companion on the path of eroticism, smiling. Azazel, what do you mean, Odin? Do you know who he is? Surprised. Michael, please tell us who hates. Odin, it's better that he tells them himself, isn't it? Smiling and looking at the brown-haired boy. That made Issei smile, and he decides to show his sacred gear, surprising everyone. It was nothing more and nothing less than the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus. Issei, you know me as Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei, smiling. Sirs almost fainted since his mother's partner was Issei, something he didn't see coming. Azazel had his jaw on the floor. Michael only had his eyes open. Odin laughed at the expressions of the three. Gabriel and Penemu did not believe what their eyes saw. The young man in front of them is Issei, the man who won their hearts. They quickly remembered what they said. They blushed while covering their faces with their hands. Michael, are you really Hyoudou? Issei, that's right, smiling. Drake, and that's because they only saw your appearance. I already want to see their faces when you show your strength in combat, haha, smiling. Sirs, I can't believe it. I have to tell Rias and her entourage that they will get a big surprise, smiles. Michael, I'll go get Irina, you must miss her, right? Smiles. The leaders were heading for the door, but first. Seraphal, no need to tell them that, angry. Sirs, what do you mean, Seraphal? Venelana, that this will remain a secret until Issei decides to reveal himself. Sirs, but mother, don't you want Rias to go back to Issei? Venelana, it's not that, it's that Rias and the others already have a relationship that they gave up on for years. Sirs, but it could change. Rosswise, Lucifer-sama, she and the others told him that Issei is already dead and that he couldn't love a dead man. Sad. Issei felt a pang in his chest. He tried to hide it. All the girls got angry remembering the Gremmery's comments, and making clear to Sirs and Michael the brunette's intentions. Sirs, ha, sigh, well, I won't insist, but Issei, take care of my mother, please bow. Venelana, you're not going to deny our relationship? Surprised. Sirs, I won't do it. I know you're in good hands, and you have every right to look for a relationship, but I won't call you father, looking at Issei. Venelana, thanks, son, smiling. Issei, don't worry about it, haha, nervous, but we have to talk about Rizavim now, seriously. They all became serious as he had strayed from the topic. Azazel, as you know, he has Sona Citri as hostages. Any plans? Odin, good search. Ajuka, I agree with that, while I look for his king piece. Sirs, right away, Issei-kun, you interrupted. Issei, you guys take care of the search, while I'll go look for something that's below Kyoto. Yasaka, how do you know there is something below Kyoto? Surprised. Issei, it's a long story, but I need you to help me get there, if I need all my relics back. Michael, what do you mean, young Hyoudou? Issei, after rescuing Kaicho, I will tell you, but I want everything about me to be a secret. Leaders, no problem, you can count on us. Issei, okay girls, you go with Seraphal, Yasaka and Kunu, you will guide me down. Yasaka, fine, But I wonder what's there for you to go to that place. It's just a pond of water. Curious. Issei, let's say this is my combat suit, so you know what to do. If something happens, you contact me. All good. Then everyone left the room, seeing everyone else outside. Rias, what happened, Oniai-sama? Why was there no noise inside? Intrigued. Sirzex, it's nothing serious, but we just got a very powerful ally who will help us. Smiling. Rias, who? Azazel, Yakumo-jin smiling. Rias, how is that possible? I mean, he doesn't look that strong. Michael, that doesn't matter now. What matters now is sending a search team through Sona. Sirzex, fine. Rias, you and your entourage along with your partners go in one, Vala and your team another, understood? All hi. Then everyone went their separate ways to continue with what had been agreed. Then Yasak, Kunu and Issei walk away, and a voice speaks to them. Wait. I want to go too. Issei and the two Kitsune turn around and see that it is Tsubaki, the queen of Sona. Issei, Shinra-san, what are you doing here? You should be resting. Tsubaki, no need for formalities. Hyoudou-kun, I know it's you, so please let me help, it's the queen's duty. Issei, what are you talking about, Shinra-san? I'm nervous. Tsubaki, I heard you when you were in the infirmary, so there's no need to lie in front of me. Issei, Sai, it was to be expected from Fukukeicho, always so analytical. You can come with us. Smiling. Tsubaki, thanks Jean. Yasaka, come on, we have to go down. All good. They all went as fast as possible, until they reached a kind of cave that was far from the city. From there they entered. It was all dark, but thanks to Kunu and Yasaka who created energy balls to illuminate the path, they walked for 30 minutes. Finally they saw a huge lake of crystal clear water. Tsubaki, what are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to go for Sona-sama? Yasaka, yes, but first we will pick something up, although I wonder what it is. Tsubaki, what do you mean something? Kunu, we don't know. For a long time this place has concentrated a great amount of power, but no one knows why. But now we are about to find out. The three girls stayed in the wind that the chestnut would blow. Issei, well, it's time to return. After so long, it's time. That left the three of them with doubts, but they decided not to ask. The chestnut tree began to walk towards the lake. The closer it got, the deeper it submerged, until it was completely submerged. The three of them waited, but there was no sign of the chestnut. They began to worry. Kunu, why is Issei taking so long, mother? Worried. Yasaka, I don't know, daughter, we can only wait. Worried. Tsubaki, Hyoudou. Whisper. At one point the lake began to shine, becoming like crystal. A silhouette could be seen at the bottom. Then in the middle of the lake a sphere the size of a person began to emerge. It was very bright. Then a mass of darkness began to surround it. The mass completely merged with the light. Then the light began to fade to reveal someone very familiar to them, but now he was not wearing casual clothes. Now he was wearing a kind of oriental combat suit. He had a black jacket with golden borders that showed his abdomen. A fabric like tiger skin surrounded his waist tied with a red ribbon. A pair of gloves like tiger skin, blue pants, black boots with a white tip, and what stood out most was that he carried a huge silver staff. A hoop surrounded his head. He was Hyoudou Issei. The three girls were surprised by the brown-haired boy's new image. The two Kitsune blushed. Not even Tsubaki could help but blush. Issei, the great sage Soja of heaven, son Wukong has returned. Seriously. Yasaka, son Wukong? But if the original is still alive, how is it possible that you are him? Issei, it's because I'm the reincarnation of another world. Yasaka, that causes more doubts. Kunu, are you Issei Dano? Scared. The brown-haired boy approaches her and says with a smile. Issei, of course it's me, don't I look good in this? Kunu, not at all. You look great. Blush. Issei, haha, I'm glad. Well, now we can meet up with Sarah-chan and the others. Smiling. Tsubaki, hi Hyoudou, you have a lot to explain to us about this. Seriously. Blushing. Issei, hi. After rescuing Kaicho I will tell you everything. So Yasaka, take us to Sarachan and the others. Yasaka, good. So the four of them disappeared through a teleportation circle to meet up with Serafal and the others to find out about the situation. Cap 4, Rescue and Promotion. Flashback. Unknown location. Sona and Tsubaki were waking up to see where they were. They were in a room unknown to them. Welcome, it's good to see you, sister of the Mao Leviathan. Sona, who are you? Why did they bring us here? Seriously. Don't you remember me? Haha, psychopathic laugh. Out of the shadows came a silver-haired man, dressed in a suit similar to those of Ajuka and Surzex. He was Rizavim Levon Lucifer. The two girls tensed upon seeing the most dangerous subject of all the factions, the son of the original Mao Lucifer. Sona, it can't be. You should have died. I saw how Hyoudou killed you. Shocked. Rizavim, it's true he killed me, but only a clone of me. Twisted smile. Tsubaki, but how is it possible? Rizavim, do you think the beast would let itself be trapped so easily? No, it was all part of my plan. Sona, what do you mean? Seriously. Rizavim, simple, my plan was to eliminate the Sekiryuutei. What better way to make him keep the beast? Haha, after so many years he must already be dead. The two girls fell to their knees as getting rid of the brunette was their main objective, and it seemed they had succeeded. Tsubaki, no. The silver-haired man just watched with a smile as his plan finally began, but the two black-haired girls launched themselves to attack him, but he easily dodged them to launch an attack that would leave them injured. The two girls had difficulty standing, and Seder says that in these 7 years he had become stronger. Sona, Tsubaki, I will buy you time so you can go through a magic circle with Rias to warn them about this. Guy would be hurt. Tsubaki, I can't leave her here. Sona-sama, he'll kill you. Worried. Sona, now is not the time for this. I will not let Hyoudou's sacrifice be in vain. So go. Tsubaki, Sona-sama crying. Rizavim, come on, what are you talking about? I want to continue with the girl. Haha, smile. Rizavim snaps his fingers and then the four hooded figures appear. Rizavim, kill the other one. I want the Mao's sister to stay alive. The four hooded men rushed to kill Tsubaki, but Sona intercepted them so that Tsubaki could go and warn them of what was happening. Sona, go away now. Sona was holding back the four of them, but she is not as strong as them, so she received most of the attacks. Tsubaki in great pain creates a magic circle and disappears from the place. Sona, seeing that, falls to the floor injured. Sona, hi Hyoudou whispers before falling unconscious. End of flashback. Present. Serafal is waiting for the search parties to find her sister, just like everyone else present. Suddenly a circle appeared in the room, revealing Yasaka, Kunu, Tsubaki and Issei, but in a different outfit. The girls were surprised by the change in the brown-haired boy. He was now wearing a different suit that made part of his physique stand out. His hair had become darker. They all blushed at the change. Revel, Issei-sama, what is that outfit? Issei, oh it's my Monkey King costume, isn't it cool? Smiles. Revel, it's great. Blushes. Kuroka, I can't take it anymore. Naya. The Nikomata launches herself at Issei, sitting on top of him. Kuroka, it's your fault that I feel this way, so take responsibility. Lustful. Issei, Kuroka? This is not the time for this. Blushes. Rosswise, come on Kuroka, this is not the time for this. The albino removed the Nikomata from the chestnut, and then everyone became serious. Issei, is there any clue as to where Rizavim might be? Serafal, apparently not, but if he does anything to Sona, I swear I'll kill him. Angry. Yasaka, calm down, everything will be okay. Do you know why? Smiling. Venelana, what do you mean, Yasaka? Leifi, aren't you talking about Issei-sama? Yasaka, exactly, no one apart from us and the leaders knows that Issei returned. Tsubaki, that's right, Rizavim thinks Hyoudou is dead. Kuroka, that means? Yasaka, we can use that as an advantage in this confrontation. Smiling. Grafia, Yasaka-sama is right, Issei-sama is known as Jin to others, being someone who surpasses the beast. Kunu, they're right, but even so, we shouldn't be too confident. Issei, Kunu is right, we must not be overconfident, and I am not yet completely confident. Kuroka, what do you mean? Issei, that my current power is above the Maos, but below the dragon gods. Tsubaki, could you explain to me what Hyoudou is now? Before I could answer the black-haired girl's question, I saw a hologram of Surzex saying, Rise of him just sent us a message. Without further ado, they all met with the Red Mao in the room, where the other leaders were. At that moment, Sona's entourage arrived. The leaders were surprised to see what the brown-haired man was wearing, but with that cane, he looked like the Monkey King. Surzex, Jinkuen, what are you wearing? Azazel, is this a costume? Jean, Issei, nothing like that, it's my combat suit, but that doesn't matter now. What is Rizavim's message? Seriously. Michelle, that's what a video is about, we thought we had to get everyone together to watch it. Odin, now that we're all set, let's continue. Then they proceeded to watch the video message. Video. A wounded Sona could be seen tied to the wall with chains, unconscious, and Rizavim appeared from the shadows. Rizavim, greetings faction leaders, as you know, I am still alive, the Sekiryuutei never killed me, my main plan was to get rid of him, now that he is with the beast he must be dead, because you will ask yourself why him? That is simple, he gave them victory, now that he is gone, they will not be able to do anything ha ha ha. Everyone was furious and sad because it was true, the brown-haired boy was the one who turned the fight around, but those who knew that just remained calm, since the brown-haired boy was present. Rise of him, oh I forgot, Mouse Serafal, I want to capture you too, so I can make you mine along with your little sister, and if you want to know where I am, this is my location, I have my army ready to continue with this war haha crooked smile showing his location. At the end he licks the brunette's cheek. End of video. Everyone was silent, some furious, but they all had one goal, to kill the son of Lucifer. Serafal, we have to go get Sona. Surzex, but first we have to gather an army, you don't know what they are this time. Ajuka, that's true, maybe they are clones of Samo, evil dragons, maybe something stronger. Azazel, any ideas Odin Dano? Odin, this is certainly complicated, without the Sekiryuutei on our side looking at the brown-haired boy. Issei Sai will go fight. Rias, but what things are you saying? It's clearly a trap. Do you want us to lose? Angry. Issei. Rias, you won't say anything? Irritated. Issei, buy time until I arrive seriously. Surzex, what do you plan to do? Issei, Ophis, is there a place where time passes much faster than normal? Ophis, yes there is, Red can create it, but for what purpose? Issei, if I want to save Sona-sen I have to recover all my memories, so take me quickly. Rias, what nonsense are you talking about? As if your memory would be of great help. Angry. Surzex, Rias is silent seriously. Rias, hi, I'm sorry Oni-sama. Girls, wait. We want to go too. Issei, no, I need complete silence for this. Girls, but... Issei, don't worry, I'll be back very soon smiling. The girls moved away from the brown-haired boy to show a smile and say, Girls, come back soon. Smiling. Issei, I'll do it smiling, so you know what to do, Ophis. Ophis, follow me opening a gap. Thus the chestnut tree and the dragon goddess disappeared into the crevice. Surzex, well, we have to prepare an army to buy time until Jinkun returns serious. Michael, you're right, he will be the key to winning. Azazel, you are so right, although I already want to see what new tricks he has learned smiling. Odin, I will notify Thor to bring an army. Then everyone began preparing to attack Rise of him. Dimensional gap. In that place there were two dragon gods, it was Trihexa and Great Red, both of them apparently were asleep, but a gap opened where Dale, Ophis and Issei were, awakening them both. Ophis, wake up Red, we need you to create a time dimension. Gran Rojo, what do you want it for? Trihexa, Oh, look at you, you finally gathered all your items. Issei, I'm not missing one that won't appear if I don't recover all my memory. Ophis, it is for Issei to recover his memories to defeat Resurface. Trihexa, but with your current state you can defeat him. Issei, I know, but I don't want to risk it, so what do you say, Big Red, will you help me? Big Red, fine, I'll help you. Tell me how much time you want me to spend on the other side? Issei, the most you can create. Good. Then a door appeared out of nowhere. Inside that room 100 years will pass while here only an hour will pass. Issei, thanks Big Red, okay Ophis, see you in an hour, stroking his hair. Ophis, good luck, smile. So the brown-haired boy entered the room, leaving the 3 dragon gods alone. Trihexa, I want to see how strong he will be after getting out of there, smiling. I see that you respect him a lot. Trihexa, he is my rival after all, and the only one who has made me use all my power. Hyoudou Issei Palace. An hour passed after the meeting. Now all the leaders were ready to go to Resurface's location. Sirzex, now that we're ready, let's go. Michael, do you think it's a trap? Azazel, most likely, but we can't do anything, we can only buy time for him to arrive. Odin, I agree, he will be the key to victory. Rias, Oni-sama, I don't know why you trust him so much, we don't know anything about him. Sirzex, of course we know him, he's an old friend, isn't he, leaders? Smiling. Leaders, that's right. Rias, still, do you think he'll make it on time? Yasaka, he will arrive, he always will, it's not like that, smiling and looking at the rest of the harem. Ravel, that's right. Leifi, I don't doubt it. Kuroka, definitely Naya. Ras, he will always protect us. Kunu, he will win. Graphia, nods in confirmation. Seraphal, nothing will stop him. Venelana, by smiling. Girls, we trust him with our lives. Without further ado, everyone went to the place where Resurface is in the underworld. Venelana, good luck. Leifi, good luck. Ravel, please buy yourself some time. Underworld. When we arrived, it was a deserted land, but beyond we could see a castle. Sirzex, be careful, we don't know what he has prepared after 7 years. Thus the leaders, along with a huge army, headed towards the castle. As they advanced, little by little they could see a huge army, there were more of them than them. You could see thousands of demons, evil dragons, thousands of copies of Samuel. Michael, this is more than we thought, seriously. Odin, this fight will be to gain time, so we have to hold out until he arrives, seriously. Sirzex, they are right, so let's continue with the plan, seriously. Azazel, I just hope he gets there on time or else we're done for, seriously. In front of them, armies facing each other, Resurface was sitting on a floating throne. Resurface, they finally arrive, now we can end a war that lasted 7 years, now that the Sekiryuutei is no longer on their side, twisted smile. Seraphal, where is my sister, angry? Resurface, she's in a room, she's waiting for you, showing a picture. In the image you could see a scantily clad woman tied up in bed. Resurface, I was thinking of raping her, but seeing better who is present, Yasaka, the leader of the yokai, Gabriel, Penemu, Rias Gremory and her entourage, Lucifuge, that one, and your Seraphal, I will leave them alive to grape each one, and the Sekiryuutei I will see it from the beyond, ha 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 ha, macabre laughter. Resurface, so everyone listen, kill all the men, leave the women alive, we are going to enjoy them until they are no longer considered people, macabre smile. Resurface army, yes. Charging! Thus both armies launched into the charge. Despite the numerical disadvantage of the factions, they had to gain time so that the chestnut could arrive with all his power. The fight lasted an hour and a half, in which massacred bodies could be seen on both sides. The army of the factions was at least 1,000, while Resurface's army still had a large number of about 1,000. The women only appeared somewhat injured and very tired. Resurface, wow, they are more resistant than I thought. Sitting in his tone. Sirzex, ha ha, no, you will get away with it, agitated. Michael, Hasn't he arrived yet? Agitated. Azazel, what are you doing? Odin, we don't know how long we will resist. Yasaka, he will come by then, we will continue fighting. Rias, he won't come. Low voice. Graphia, what did you say? Rias, that. He will not come. Ras, but what are you saying? Kuroka, of course he will come. Aquino, he cheated on us. Angry. Zenobia, I knew he couldn't be trusted. Seraphal, don't say that. Rias, I'm just telling the truth. Seraphal couldn't stand the sarcastic comments any longer and slapped him. Rias, why did you do that? Touching her cheek. Seraphal, no, you are no one to tell him that. Tears in her eyes. Gabriel, it's not time to be arguing, we have to hold on until he couldn't finish. Gabriel couldn't finish speaking because Rizavim had appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Gabriel by the neck. She tried with all her might to get away, but it was useless. Rizavim, don't bother, haha, last time the Sekiryuutei rescued you from being corrupted by me, but now he won't save you. Michael, let go. Rizavim, I will enjoy you. Slowly laughs. Gabriel, I screams with his last strength and closes his eyes. Rizavim just laughed, but from one moment to the next he was sent away. Gabriel opened his eyes, he saw a pair of red eyes. It was Issei. His honey eyes had turned blue before, now they were red. Issei, Gabriel, are you okay? Seriously. Gabriel blushes because he had her in a bridal style, and she just nods yes. Issei, I'm glad, now go with the others. Issei takes Gabriel to the others, who are happy since the brown-haired boy had arrived. Surzex, a little later and we wouldn't be alive. Sighing. Azazel, just in time. Slight smile. Odin, you sure took a while. Young man smiling. Issei, sorry, it took longer than I thought. The chestnut leaves the seraph next to his brother. Michael, thank you. Is Jin-kun. Issei, ha sigh, a little more and you'll see it again, you know? Michael, sorry. Yasaka, you finally arrived. Hugging him. Kuroka, glad you've arrived. Happy. Ras, I knew you would arrive. Happy. Seraphal, now we leave this in your hands. Smiling. Graphia, Jin-sama, we are glad to have you back. Smiling. Issei, sorry for arriving at this time, but now leave it in my hands. The brown-haired boy heads forward towards the enemy army but is stopped by a certain blonde. Gabriel, wait! Issei, what's wrong? Gabriel interrupted. Kiss. Gabriel had kissed the brown-haired boy on the lips. It lasted a few seconds and then separated. It was a beginner's kiss, so to speak, because of the great innocence of the seraph, who had a big blush, but carried a great feeling. Gabriel, it's for good luck. Smiling. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything, he just touched the seraph's cheek with his hand, then smiled at her. She felt the warmth transmitted by his hand. After that he turned around ready to fight. Issei, let's finish this quickly, shall we? Seriously. Just then Rizavim arrives with some of his clothes destroyed. Rizavim, how dare you ruin my moment? Who the hell are you? Angry. Jean, Issei Yakumo Jean, the one who will defeat you. Serious. Rizavim, ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. What makes you think you can beat me, if the faction leaders couldn't beat me? Mocking. Jean, Issei, come for me. Serious. Rizavim, I'll gladly kill you, now finish him. The enemy army all launched themselves towards the chestnut tree, which remained calm. He pointed his cane at the enemies who were approaching at great speed. Jean, Issei, expand Rui. The club grew long and giant, quickly hitting all the enemies it could. Some were missing body parts. The great army of Rizvites was decimated in an instant. Rizavim, no way. Who are you? Jean, Issei, I already told you. Rizavim, growling, you haven't won yet, releasing a dark aura around him. Everyone recognized that power, and it was none other than that of the beast of the Trihexa apocalypse. Rizavim, ha ha ha, behold, the power I stole from Trihexa. Jean, Issei, show it. Fighting pose. While with the leaders they were all surprised as Rizavim emitted the power of the beast. Surzex, but how is it possible that he has that power? Michael, this is what you've been doing for the last 7 years. Azazel, I just hope he holds out. Odin, you're right, we still don't know if it's 100% complete. A gap opens, where Ophis comes out. Ophis, I can answer all of that. Leaders Ophis? Yasaka, do you think I can win? Worried. Girls, he's going to win, isn't he? Worried. Ophis, first of all, he is currently complete. Everyone was happy because that assured them that he would win. Ophis, but he's also too tired looking at the brown-haired boy. Ross, what are you saying, Ophis-sama? Surprised. Graphia, Issei-sama, worried. Seraphal, but if he wiped out half the army a while ago, how is it possible that he's tired? Ophis, well, he was trying to recover his memories for 200 years in the dimensional gap, he didn't rest for a moment. All 200 years? Syzex, but it's only been 2 hours. Surprised. Ophis, that's simple, Red created a dimension where 1 hour here is 100 years in there. That left everyone with their eyes open since for them it was only 2 hours while for the chestnut it was 200 years. Ophis, in addition, Rise of him stole 80% of all of Trihexa's power, before being sealed 7 years ago. Odin, so these 7 years he has been mastering that power? Ophis, that's right, we can only wish Jean luck. Girls, Issei worried. Back with Issei, he is waiting for Rizavim to make a move. Rizavim, now you will see my power, ha ha ha. Jean, Issei, then I'll go seriously too. Rizavim emitted a great amount of power, yet the brown-haired boy was not affected at all. The area around him began to release an explosion of white smoke. When it dissipated, hundreds of Issei could be seen. Surzex, how did he do that? Michael, that's amazing. Azazel, always surprises us smiling. Yasaka, if they were already strong 7 years ago, now they are above everyone present smiling. Those who did not know who the brown-haired man really was were surprised since some had already known him for 7 years. They wondered if he was so strong, why did he not introduce himself before? Then someone speaks. Rias, what's so powerful about it, if they're just copies? Oni-sama? Surzex, that's because. Odin, those copies have the power of a celestial dragon. Everyone was surprised again since each copy was equally strong. That left everyone with their mouths open, while with the brown-haired girls they felt even more love for him as he always became stronger to protect his loved ones. Back with the brown-haired boy, he and his clones are ready to fight. Jean, Issei, we have to end this quickly, are you ready? Clones X100, yes. Jean, good. Rise of him, attack. He ordered his army to attack them, but the last thing his army saw was lots of giant sticks coming towards them. Jean and clones, expand Rui. The sticks grew and lengthened until they wiped out the entire army. There was nothing left of the Rise of him army. At the same time all the clones disappeared. Now the field only contains Chestnut and Lufer's son. Jean, now it's just you and me, let's finish this once and for all fighting pose. Rise of him, sounds good to me. This is where I end your life and then grape all of them, ha ha ha. The brown-haired man got angry and quickly launched himself at Rise of him, hitting him with his staff. The platinum-haired man defended himself with his hands, stopping the attack but still felt the damage from the impact. The two rose to the sky. I could only see 2 flashes colliding, one black, one red/pink, surrounded by an orange one. The two collided again and again. You could feel the tremendous destructive power of both. The earth trembled. Surzex, surprising, I didn't think that Issei-kun became so strong in these 7 years, surprised. Michael, Hyoudou-kun, if with the body of Great Red and the power of Ophis you were strong, now this is beyond everything I have seen. Azazel, wow, what Rias and the others lost, haha, nervous. Odin, not even the power of Ragnarok, it is so great. Yasaka, Issei, you will win, smiling. Ross, sad face, Icy, putting a hand on her chest. Kuroka, sad face, let's go, Icy, Naya, cheering. Gabriel, please don't lose, worried. Penamuse, sad face, Issei-kun. Seraph's sad face. Go ahead, Issei. The two flashes of power took distance, to dissipate and reveal Ryzavim with serious injuries, and an Issei with minor injuries. Jin, Issei I'm done, throws his staff towards the sky. Ryzavim, what are you trying to do? Agitated. Jin, grow up, Ri. The sky appeared a staff more than 4 kilometers in diameter above Ryzavim. He was not fast enough to get out of the impact range, so the staff fell on him, burying him. That caused the ground to crack, creating a large cloud of smoke. Everyone covered themselves with a magic shield. When the cloud of smoke dissipated, they saw the brown-haired man standing in front of them, and in front of him was his giant staff burying in the ground. The brown-haired boy raised his hand, and then the baton shrank and returned to his hand. Serzex, already finished? Michael, finally. Issei, not yet. Azazel, what are you saying? Odin, still alive? Before he could answer his questions, a Ryzavim emerged from the crater with serious injuries, broken bones and shaken. Ryzavim, Malditu, I will not let my plan of 7 years be ruined. Agitated. Ryzavim, for you. Releasing a large amount of power. Sub-power made them tremble despite being injured. His power was still superior to them. The chestnut tree immediately materialized into a kind of bottle gourd. Issei, absorb it, gourd. The bottle began to absorb the power of Trihexa and Ryzavim. Ryzavim, what are you doing to me? Issei, I only return the power to the one you stole it from. Ryzavim, no. Thus the power was stored inside the pumpkin. Ryzavim had run out of strength and fell to the ground. Ryzavim, know my plan. It took 7 years, and in an instant you ruined it. Everything falls unconscious. The chestnut turns to look at everyone. With a sigh he leaves in the direction of the castle with a flying cloud. Everyone knew he was going to do the chestnut, so they just relaxed, receiving healing from the ex-monk and from Rosswise. Issei was going at full speed towards the castle. When he arrived he began to search everywhere for the younger Citri. He searched all the rooms until he found her. She had little clothing. She was tied with chains that did not let her use her demonic powers. The brown-haired boy quickly breaks the chains and holds her so she does not fall. Issei, Sona, wake up. The brown-haired boy tried to wake her up, but she didn't react. Then Drake spoke. Drake, you should transfer some power to him. The chestnut is Sincho, and that materializes the boosted gear and begins to give it power. Boost, transfer. The brown-haired boy began with the augmentation and then transferred it to the brunette, who was able to open her eyes in a few moments to see a red gauntlet very familiar to her. Sona's sad face, Hyoudou, falls unconscious. Issei, seeing her with little clothing, decides to take off her outfit so that she can put on her clothes, so he carries her bridal style to leave the castle. As she left, she could notice that everyone was being attended to by ACI and Rosswise. Everyone quickly focused their eyes on the brown-haired girl who was wearing casual clothes, but Sona had her suit on. Serzex, Jin-kun, good job, smiling. Michael, heaven thanks you. Azazel, good job, kid, smiling. Odin, you have saved all factions. Seraphal, Sona-chan. Running towards the brown-haired boy, is Sona-jin okay? Issei, yes, she's just tired, smiling. Yasaka, why are you wearing your suit? Issei, it's because his clothes are destroyed. Oh, and Serzex. Serzex, yes? Issei, you guys take care of Ryzavim and the others, handing Sona over to Seraphal. Serzex, no problem, but what will you do? Issei, I'll take a nap, falls to the floor. Ross, Jean. Alarm. Kuroka, Jean Naya, alarmed. Yasaka, Grafia, check it, worried. Grafia, hey. Then the platinum-haired girl begins to examine the chestnut. After finishing examining him, she sighs, and then smiles slightly. Grafia, he's fine, he just fell asleep, smiles. All of his girls present sighed with relief, since nothing bad happened to him. Michael, it would be better to take them to a more comfortable place to rest. Gabriel, please accompany them. Gabriel, yes, brother. Azazel, Penemy, you two, smiling. Penemu. I was going to do it anyway. Odin, you guys take care of him, we'll take care of the rest. All hi. In that three angels approached the trio of the church. They were Wald C. Muller, Asia's boyfriend, Binken Zenovia's boyfriend, Nero Irina's boyfriend. Wald, Asia, I have something to tell you. Binken, me too, Zen. Nero, Irina, me too. Asia, what is it? Zenobia, tell me well. Irina, yes? The three angels kneel on one foot, taking out a small box that contained an engagement ring. Angelus, will you marry me, Asia Argento / Zenobia Corda / Irina Shido? The three of them were crying with happiness. Everyone was happy for them, some upset because this was happening in front of the chestnut even though he was asleep. The three nodded in confirmation. The three angels smiled to place the ring in the hands of their future wives. Immediately they hugged their respective partners. Rias, congratulations, smiling. Aquino, Era, how cute, smiling. Surzex, congratulations, although the wedding will have to be after cheering up all this, isn't that right, Michael, smiling. Michael, true, smiling. At that Azazel takes them away from the Gremory girls to talk. Azazel, do you think it's a good idea? Said Hyoudou back. Surzex, I know, but this is still a secret. Michael, we'll have to discuss this with him. At that the other two nodded. With Seraphal and the others. Seraphal, I'm glad Jean saved Sona happy. Ross, yes, but first we have to take them so they can rest. Kuroka, you're right, Jean is asleep and I don't think he'll wake up quickly. Grafia, even though I have to return with Venelana-sama and the others. Yasaka, I agree with that, smiling. Ross, but Yasaka-sama, won't you help along with the others? Yasaka, that's what Surzex, Michael, Azazel and Odin are for. I want to spend more time with Jean hugging a sleeping Issei. Issei zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Grafia, the transportation circle is ready, we have to go. Ophis, I'm going too. Gabriel, me too. Penemu, don't forget me. In that Yasaka, Seraphal, Kuroka, Rosswise, Grafia, Ophis, Gabriel, Penemu along with an unconscious Sona and a sleeping Issei, leave the place in the direction of Kyoto to meet up with the others. Kyoto, Yasaka Castle. Venelana, Leifi, Ravel, Kanu and Tsubaki are waiting for news from the others since they were not allowed to accompany them, and that a magic circle appears on the floor from there come Yasaka, Kuroka, Rosswise, Seraphal, Grafia, Ophis, Gabriel, Penemu, Sona and Issei. Yasaka, we're back now. Kunu, welcome mother. Tsubaki, Sona. Seraphal, calm down Tsubaki, she's just unconscious. Ravel, Issei-sama. Grafia, Ravel-sama, don't worry, you're just tired, that's all. Leifi, then we have to take both of them to a bed to rest. In that Sona and Issei are taken to a different room to rest. Tsubaki stays with Sona. She sees that her king had the chestnut cut on. She tried to remove it, but it was useless, it was very resistant. With Issei, he was taken to a bed. All the girls are there. His wounds were not serious at all, they were superficial. Venelana, when will he wake up? Yasaka, I don't know, he must be very tired after meditating for so long without resting. Leifi, but it was only 2 hours, right? How can you be so exhausted? Ravel, it seems like a long time. Ophis, it was 200 years. Kunu, but how is that possible? Ras, it's just that Opis-sama took her to a place where 1 hour is 100 years there. Kuroka, yes, and he came back much stronger despite being tired. He wiped out the entire Rise of Him army in an instant. Naya. Grafia, for now we have to let him rest. You also need to sleep, that will be all for today. All the gossips nodded, and Yasaka gave each of them a room to sleep in the palace. In this way the day passed. At night everything was quiet, without anyone noticing. A certain albino enters the room where the brown-haired boy is sleeping. She curls up. With a blush and a sweet smile, she gives the brown-haired boy a kiss on the forehead and then falls asleep. Next day, Yasaka Castle, Sona Quarter. You could see a sleeping brunette. The sunlight coming through the window woke her up. Little by little she was opening her violet eyes. The same thing happened with his queen Tsubaki, who also woke up. Tsubaki, Sona, are you okay? How do you feel? Worried. Sona, I'm fine, don't worry. Tsubaki, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, sad. In that she is embraced by Sona. Sona, calm down, what matters is that we are fine, thanks to you that they arrived on time. Tsubaki reciprocates the hug and then separates. Sona sees that she is wearing some kind of Rappa clothing and tries to take it off, but she couldn't. Sona, Tsubaki, help me remove this, I can't. Tsubaki, I already tried, but the only one who can take it away from you is Yakumo-kun. Sona, Yakumo? Tsubaki, yes, he's the one who entered the castle and rescued you. At that moment, what she saw before staying came to her mind. She saw a red gauntlet. Sona, Hyoudou, where is it? Tsubaki, eh? He is with Trihexa sealed in that dimension. Sona nervous. Tsubaki couldn't tell this to anyone, not even his king, since the leaders had agreed not to reveal his return until he said so. Sona, impossible. When I was rescued I was able to open my eyes a little and saw the boosted gear. Tsubaki, it must have been a dream. Sona, no. It was real. I lost because I felt a surge at that moment. He must have come back sad. When they were going to continue talking, Saji entered, who was in a relationship. He looked worried along with the rest of the nobility of the minor city. Saji, Sona, are you okay? You're very worried, hugging her. The brunette moves away from the blonde. Sona, Saji, I want to talk to you about something. The others go away. So everyone left, leaving only the blonde and the brunette. Saji, so, what did you want to talk about? Sona, I'm sorry, Saji, head down. Saji, huh? What are you asking for forgiveness for? Sona, Saji, the truth is that. With Issei. The brown-haired boy was waking up. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, then looked around. When he tried to get up he felt extra weight. He looked at what it was, to find a sleeping Rosswise. She slept peacefully curled up with the brown-haired boy. She had him hugged, her feet intertwined with the brown-haired boy's. Ross, Issei, don't leave me asleep. The brown-haired boy, seeing this, smiled and lay down again to hug the Valkyrie. Issei, I won't leave you, Rose-chan, nor the others. Smiling. Saying that, he goes back to sleep. While the other girls had already gotten up, everyone was in the dining room waiting for breakfast. Gabriel and Penemu were called back as they had something to discuss. Kuroka, have you seen Rosswise? Ravel, I haven't seen it. Leify, won't he be in his room? Grafia, she's not there. When I went to wake everyone up I saw that she wasn't there, and there was no sign that she slept there in her bed. Venilana, that means that. Yasaka, don't tell me that. Kanu, Issei Dano. Ophis, most likely. They all immediately ran to the chestnut's room. When they arrived they opened the door, and what they saw was that they were right. The albino had sneaked into the chestnut's room to sleep with him. She was curled up next to him, both of them hugging each other. The noise suddenly woke up the brown-haired girl and the albino girl. Both of them, seeing who it was, looked at the others angry. Kuroka, Ross, can we tell why you were sleeping with Issei Naya? Ravel, it's not fair. Leify, that's cheating, pouts. Venilana, Era, but what a naughty Valkyrie, laughter. Grafia, that's wrong, Rosswise-sama. Yasaka, it's not fair, me and Kuna haven't slept with him yet, while you guys have. Kanu, mother! Blush, well, to tell the truth I would like to sleep with Issei Dano, playing with her fingers. Ophis, I want to. Ross, this. Is that I worried about Issei, blushes. Issei, calm down, girls, it's nothing to get angry about. Everyone except the Valkyrie looked at the brunette, emanating an aura that made him sweat bullets. Girls, we all agreed that no one would sleep with you last night so you could rest, but she broke it, and that deserves a punishment. The Valkyrie was scared, but the brown-haired boy stood in front of her. Issei, then I'll give this as a thank you for taking care of my parents while I was away nervous. The girls just sighed, to see what the brown-haired boy would say about that. Kuroka, okay. The others agree. Venelana, well, we have to go have breakfast. You must be hungry, Issei-kun. Graphia, I'll prepare whatever you like. So everyone left the room walking towards the living room where the girls were having breakfast. On the way they heard a man scream. They quickly went to where he came from. When they got there they saw the nobility of Sona at the entrance of the room. Issei, Tsubaki-san, what's happening? Tsubaki, I don't know, but Sona is talking to Saji. Yasaka, do you know what they are talking about? Momo, I don't know, worried. Ruruko, I think he was talking about Hyoudou. That surprised everyone, especially when she got married, since she wondered what she had done to make those two argue. Then the discussion could be heard louder. Saji, don't buck with me. What does that dead man have that I don't have? Sona, I'm sorry, Saji, it's just that when I was locked up, the only thing I could think about was Hyoudou who would come to rescue me. At that point I knew that I really like Hyoudou. Saji, he's already dead. Understand it. I don't know why everyone is looking at him. Sona, we have nothing to talk about anymore. Saji, you won't leave. I'll mark you as mine. Sona, good luck. You hurt me. Saji, I'll make you forget everything about him. Those outside heard the entire conversation, and then the chestnut-haired boy kicked the door in. The brown-haired boy rushed to stop the blonde, who managed to dodge. Saji, what do you think you're doing? Angry. Issei, I was just coming from my suit and I heard your conversation. Saji, but there is no suit here. Issei, of course there is, she has it on, pointing to Sona. The brunette begins to remember that he was the one who made the gauntlet appear. Somehow it reminded her of the brown-haired boy. Sona, you are. Issei, Jean, Yakumo Jean. Saji, don't get involved in this. Launches into attack. The brown-haired boy stops him with one leg, then counterattacks by appearing behind the blonde, knocking him out, leaving the blonde unconscious. Issei, are you okay, Sona-san? Sona, yes, thank you. At that point Momo and Ruruko go to help the unconscious blonde. The brown-haired boy approaches them. Issei, sorry, it was the only option. Bow. Momo, you don't have to apologize, you've been like this for 7 years. Ruruko, that's true, I hope this is like a lesson for him. Yasaka, well, that's a lot of action to start the day, how about we all go out for breakfast? All, hi. Sona, wait. Kunu, is something wrong, Sona-san? Sona, this I need him to take off this suit, pointing at the brown-haired boy. Issei, oh right. I put it on you because your clothes were partially destroyed. The brown-haired boy extends his hand. The suit begins to become a cloak of dark energy that envelopes the brown-haired boy and then shows himself with the suit on. In a flash of light the suit turns into pieces of light and disappears to show the brown-haired boy in casual clothes. Everyone was surprised by what they saw since they believed it was a sacred gear. Sona, wow, I've never seen a sacred gear like that before, surprised. Issei, it's not a sacred gear. Sona, so what? Issei, it's time to go have breakfast now, smiling. Sona, wait. Issei, then I will give an explanation to everyone's doubts about me. So everyone went to have breakfast. Of course Saji would be unconscious for a while. After breakfast everything was normal, until they were called by a hologram of Surzex. Surzex, Jean-kun, we need you to come to the underworld. We have something important to talk to you about. Jean, Issei, what is it? Surzex, come and you will know, so I say goodbye, smiling. That left everyone with more doubts, except for a certain Mao who already had some idea of what it would be. After breakfast they decided to go. Issei, Leifi, Ravel, Ophis, Kuroka, Rosswise, Graphia, Venelana, Kunu, Yasaka, Sarah Fall, Tsubaki, and Sona, and they told Sona's entourage that she couldn't go. Underworld, Castle of the Mouse. Our chestnut along with the others appeared outside the Lucifer Castle, which were guided by Graphia to a large room where the leaders of the great factions were waiting for him. Surzex, Ajuka, Azazel, Odin, Michael, Zeus, along with Gabriel and Penemu. Inside the room were all those who knew the other identity of the brown-haired boy. While the younger Citri will also know it in a while, no one else apart from them was in the room. Serzex, welcome, Issei-kun, smiling. Issei, hello? Sona, Hyoudou? Looking at the brown-haired boy, I thought your name was Yakumo Jin. Surprised. Then he shows her the boosted gear, surprising the Citri. Issei, that's the name of my previous reincarnation. Drake, my cover is still Hyoudou Issei, and my best friend smiling. Sona, Tsubaki, did you know about this? Looking at his queen. Tsubaki, I knew it, but I had to keep it a secret. Nervous. Sona was going to scold her queen, but she thought about something for a moment, and decided to change her mind. Sona, Hasai, well, it doesn't matter anymore. Welcome back, Hyoudou-kun, sweet smile. That made the brown-haired boy's heart feel something, just like when he is with his girlfriends. Issei, well, I think it's time to explain many things to you, isn't it? Everyone in the room nodded. Issei, Hasai, well, take a seat, it will be a long story. Everyone sat down and paid close attention to the chestnut tree. Issei, well, it all starts with the story of the Monkey King that everyone knows. So he began to explain to them everything he knows. It tells you everything about Chapter 1-303 of the Man God of Highschool. Read it so you understand a little about his past. Issei, after stopping Ragnarok, everything became calm, the world recovered from its destruction. Sometime after everything was peaceful. As the years passed, I did not age, and I decided to go out and explore the world, and one of those days I discovered that the door that leads to the Taoist world can be used to travel to other worlds. That's how I came to this world, to face Trihexa, and then reincarnate as Hyoudou Issei, that's all. Everyone was surprised, since the brown-haired boy was biologically 24 years old, but physically he was a 17-year-old boy, and chronologically he was more than 2,000 years old. That left everyone with their mouths open, since he currently has the title of the Supreme God. Serzex, wow, to think that with Granrojo's body and Ophus's power you were already strong. Surprised. Odin, I can't believe that such powerful beings exist. Michael, that means you are the one with the highest office of God. Issei, well, even though I have that title, the truth is I wouldn't like to take the place. Azazel, why? Issei, because I've seen that you do a lot of paperwork, and I thought that if my position is higher, I don't want to imagine how much work I'll have. Smiling nervously. That made everyone sweat, but it was true that the paperwork they had to do was a lot. They didn't want to imagine the amount of work the brown-haired man would have to do. Issei, that's all from me, so why did you call me? That made all the leaders smile. Azazel, you know you've done a lot since you entered the supernatural. Smiling. Michael, and he has saved us on several occasions. Smiling. Odin, and all that has led us to the decision to reward you. Smiling. Issei, it's not necessary, I just did what I always do to protect. Seraphal, come on Issei-chan, let us tell you what we will give you, isn't it like that? Serzex-chan, smiling. Serzex, that's right, because of your achievements, I and the others have decided that you will be promoted to a supreme class demon. You will also have the title of Great King, which is the position closest to that of the Maos. Smiling. That left the brown-haired boy without comment, since that was his goal, to be a high-ranking demon in order to have his own harem. But now having a harem for himself is no longer about doing perverted things, but about loving everyone and having them reciprocate those feelings. Issei, that's really? That means, Serzex, that you will have your own territory, your own set of pieces. Issei, but that means I have to reveal myself? Ajuka, you tell us that when it's time to reveal it. For now we'll only know that there's a new clan talking. What do you think? Issei, that? Everyone was waiting for the brown-haired boy's answer, since it seemed that he didn't want to. Issei, it would be great. I can finally fulfill my dream of being the harem king. Happiness. Everyone in the room smiled as the chestnut, despite 7 years having passed, was still the same. Azazel, boy, you're still a prevert, haha. At that Issei calms down to speak. Issei, you're wrong, Azazel, I want to have a harem but not to do perverted things, but to love them and for them to love me smiling. That made the girls put their hands on their breasts since that was very cute. In a certain way, the image of the perverted brown-haired boy had remained as an old memory. Odin, how bad another companion of the path of arrow stays, but I am happy for you, young Hyoudou. Xerxes, so congratulations Issei-kun, you are now a supreme class devil. Even though you are not a devil, your position is that of a supreme class smiling. Issei, thank you Xerxes-sama smiling. Xerxes, come on, just call us by our names, after all we are friends. Issei, thank you. Leifi, congratulations Issei-sama happy. Ravel, Issei-sama congratulations happy. Kunu, congratulations Issei-dano happy. Kuroka, congratulations Issei-naya happy. Rossweiss, Issei congratulations happy. Yasaka, congratulations Issei happy. Venelana, Era congratulations Issei-kun happy. Grafia, congratulations Issei-sama happy. Serafal, congratulations Issei-chan happy. Olphus, congratulations Issei happy. They launch themselves into a hug to the chestnut tree, which falls to the ground due to its weight. The Seraph, the Cadre and Tsubaki then approach. Tsubaki, congratulations Hyoudou-kun happy. Penemu, congratulations Issei happy. Gabriel, Issei-kun congratulations happy. Sona, congratulations Hyoudou happy. Issei, thank you all smiling. The smile made everyone blush, but the brown-haired girl's girlfriends saw Tsubaki, Gabriel and Penemu's. Sona looked away trying to hide her blush, but her sister saw that and already had plans for her with the brown-haired boy just like the other three. Ajuka, okay, then Issei-kun, follow me to my laboratory, please. So the chestnut along with all those present went to the Mao Beelzebub's laboratory. Upon arriving inside the laboratory they were able to see different inventions, plans, equations, etc. Ajuka, okay, Issei-kun, I want you to form a sphere of power the size of a soccer ball. So the chestnut did as indicated, forming a crimson sphere surrounded by a green aura around it that emitted black particles. Issei, here it is, next. Ajuka, give it to me, that way I'll make your pieces, I'll take care of the rest. Issei, thanks, how long will it take? Ajuka, like 1 hour, so for now you can do whatever you want. Issei, okay, thank you very much. So everyone went to a room to pass the time. The girls talked about trivial things while helping Ophis learn about emotions and trying to get information from the 4 possible new members of Issei's harem. While with the men, well, Azazel and Odin were talking about perverted things, Xerxes and Michael talked to the brown-haired boy about what he will do from now on. Everyone was talking quietly until someone entered the room. Rias, Oni-sama, I'm glad I found you. It was Rias with her fiancé/future husband Razor, Akino with her husband Zastin, Asia with her fiancé Wald Seemuller, Zenobia with her fiancé Binken, Irina with her fiancé Nero, Kaneko with her fiancé Yashiki, who still had wounds from the duel with the brown-haired boy. Some in the room had a slightly angry face, while others hid their faces and others didn't care. Ravel, Oni-sama, what are you doing here? Razor, oh hello Ravel, I came to talk to Xerxes-sama and also let you know that father wants to see you. Xerxes, what's wrong, Rias? Rias, that about my wedding day. Xerxes, what's wrong? Rias, I wanted to know if I could do it together with Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina. Xerxes, are you sure? And do you agree? Razor, yes. Asia, that would be more fun smiling. Zenobia, I have no problem either, Binken. Binken, that's right. Irina, Nero and I agree. Kaneko, we agree. Xerxes, then the wedding will be in 1 month, is that okay? Rias, yes, thank you Oni-sama happy. So the Gremry and Irina kissed their respective partners. While they were doing that, the brown-haired boy began to touch his chest. That did not go unnoticed by his girls. Issei, Og spitting blood. The brown-haired boy began to feel pain in his chest, a great pain. He threw himself to the floor because of so much pain. Everyone in the room was worried. while Rias and the others along with their partners did not know what was happening. The brown-haired boy writhed in pain for about 5 seconds before falling unconscious. Ravel Leifi Grafia, Jin Sama. Alarms. Kuroka, Jin Naya. Alarmed. Rosweiss, Jin. Alarmed. Kunu, Jin Dano. Yasaka/Venelana, Jin Kuen. Sarah Fall, Jin Chan. Gabriel/Penemu, Jin. Sona/Tsubaki, Yakumo Kuen. Alarms. Surzex, what happened to him? Worried. Michael, we need to get him to bed quick. Alarmed. Ophis de Tenryu. Azazel, what did you say, Ophis? Odin, first we have to get him to bed quickly. Alarmed. So everyone took the chestnut to a bed to check if he had any injuries. But there was nothing, they just had to wait for the chestnut to wake up. Chapter 5, The Fall of the Dragon and Breaking Commitments. Yes, Castano is currently unconscious, he was taken to a bed, everyone was worried about what happened, they did not know why he had spit up blood, now everyone is waiting for him to wake up. It must be said that in the room there is only what is known about the identity of the chestnut. Surzex, what happened to Issei Kuen? Michael, he was fine and then suddenly he became like this. Azazel, I think it has something to do with what Ophis said. Odin, what did he say? Azazel, de Tenryu said. Then everyone in the room had doubts, until the goddess spoke. Ophis, Issei fell. Rosweiss, what do you mean by Ophis-sama? Then Drake's gem appears in the brown-haired boy's hand. Drake, I will explain to you what is happening to my partner. Seraphol, Drake-chan, tell us what's wrong with. Issei-chan worried. The other girls nod. Drake, well, to start, we dragons are pure power, which is influenced by our emotions. Issei, being a 100% dragon, is currently suffering from something that we Phrygones call the fall of the dragon, which consists of feelings of unrequited love. Kuroka, but we all love them. Kunu, so we caused that? Sad. Leifi/Ravel, Issei-sama sad. They all got sad because they thought it was their fault the brown-haired girl was like this. Drake, I'm not turning to you. Venelana, so who? Drake, I'm referring to the Gremry brat and her entourage alongside the ace Michael. That left everyone in doubt. Seraphol, but how is that possible, if he said they're fine all the time? Drake, that's simple. Issei, seeing that his females are happy with others, his power becomes poison that begins to kill us little by little, but as long as there are more than one, he will die faster. That shocked everyone since they didn't know anything about dragons. Yasaka, but we love Issei and we are more than them, shouldn't that counteract it? Drake, what you say is very true, but since when do you know that you have feelings for him, apart from the Nikomata, the Valkyrie and the Phoenix? Grafia, now that you mention it, for most of us before we confessed, it was a secret. Drake, that's right, my partner, having spent more time with the Gremry brat, his feelings are greater, and you, he barely knew your feelings for him these days. I estimate that he will die in half a year. Everyone was saddened when they heard what the dragon said, since he hadn't returned long ago, and now he would die soon because of a certain group of girls. Gabriel, and there is no cure? Drake, there is one, but no dragon has done that because they are too proud. Penemu, and which one? Drake, it is a ritual that all dragons know, but it is not detailed whether there are side effects or not. That gave everyone a relief since there was a way to cure that dragon curse. Surzex, well, we have to let Issei-kun recover. When he wakes up we will give him his pieces and I will notify Ajuka of the situation. Seraphol, I'll stay and take care of Issei-chan. Surzex, no, you have a lot of papers to sign taking Seraphol. The eldest sister's pout could be heard in the hallways. Michael, well, I have to go back too. Gabriel, you stay and take care of Issei-kun. Gabriel, yes, brother. Michael disappears in a flash of light. Azazel, you too remain a bastard. Penemu, of course. Azazel leaves the room. Odin, well, it's time for me to go too. Odin disappears into a magic circle. Yasaka, I also have to return to Kyoto. Kunu, take care of Issei. Kunu, it's okay mother, take care of yourself. The leader of the yokai disappears in a magic circle. All the leaders went to do their jobs, leaving the girls in charge of the chestnut. Ross, and what do we do now? Kuroka, well, I think I see Naya will wake up soon, so I'll wait for him. Gabriel, me too, since he came back I haven't been able to talk to him, blushes. Penemu, I want to spend time with him. Ravel, I will return to the Phoenix Castle since Oniai-sama said that father and mother wanted to talk to me. Leifi, me too, a while ago mother contacted me and said she had something important to tell me. The magician and the phoenix left the place with a magic circle, but not before giving a kiss on the brown-haired boy's forehead. Venelana, well, it's just us left. What do you want to do while we wait for Issei-kun to wake up? Before anyone could say anything, the brown-haired boy then wakes up, and when he wakes up he tells everyone present about the curse. Issei, this is how I will die. Head down. Drake, of course not, partner. There is a ritual to release all those feelings for them, but I don't know what side effects it has. Sona, it's true Drake-san, he said there was a way to cure that. Gabriel, it's true. Penemu, but we don't know what effects it will have. Issei, I will do it determined. Kuroka, are you sure Naya? Ross, Kuroka, if Issei doesn't do it, he'll die in less than half a year. Issei, I will. There are people who would not forgive me for dying, so Drake, what should I do? Drake, okay, buddy, first of all, draw a magic circle on the floor like this, projecting the circle. So the chestnut tree fell on the floor. It took me an hour to finish it. Issei, well, now what's next? Drake, I'll do the rest. The boosted gear materializes, the green gem begins to shine. Boost, 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 transfer. He made 6 increases and transferred to the circle. The Kirkilide began to shine a crimson color. Around it rubbed 6 spheres the size of a soccer ball of a different color, that shines brightly. Gabriel, what is that? Drake, the spheres are the representation of his feelings for them. Red represents the Gremity brat, green the nun, purple the fallen half, blue the Durandal bearer, white the Nikomata, and yellow the angel. Venelana, and what will happen with those feelings? Drake, I don't know until we find out. Graphia, what do you mean you don't know? Ophis, no dragon has ever performed this ritual because they were very proud, and of the few that performed it, they died shortly after finishing the ritual or during the ritual, so we don't know what happens to those feelings. That left him with great fear, since with that ritual there was a possibility that the chestnut tree would die as well. The chestnut tree was faced with a cure and poison at the same time. Kunu, but what is the possibility that he will survive? Alarmed. Drake, I don't know. Everyone in the room tensed as they didn't know how much chance there was of it going right. Issei, Sai, I just have to endure the ritual, right? Drake, yes, partner. Issei, well, then how long will the ritual last? Drake, I estimate about 4 hours. Issei, well then let's do it. I don't want to die so young, smiling. Drake, haha, in the supernatural sense, of course, mocking. Gabriel, Issei-kun, are you really going to endure the ritual? Worried. Penemu, you are not allowed to die, you understand me. Issei, of course I won't die. I haven't had a date with each of you yet, and I haven't even answered your confessions yet. Gabriel-san, Penemu-san, looking at both of you and smiling. Everyone present blushed, even Sona and Tsubaki, who for a moment thought about going on a date with the brunette. Tsubaki, Hyoudou-kun, please don't die. Sona, don't die, Hyoudou. Ross, I see, worried. Kuroka, I see Naya worried. Kunu, Issei Dano. Issei, don't worry, I'll be fine, smiling. The brown-haired boy kissed each of his girlfriends tenderly, although Kuroka and Venelana deepened the kiss with the brown-haired boy more than the others, while Sona, Tsubaki, Penemu and Gabriel blushed and felt some jealousy, although the seraph still did not understand very well everything about love. Issei, fine, I'll stay locked in this room for 4 hours, I'll see you later, so you can stop worrying, smiling and closing the door. The girls were outside, all of them now sitting in the living room, talking. Ross, the academy is closed today, what do you want to do? Kuroka, I honestly don't know. Gabriel, what if we go to Capital Lilith? Before anyone else can say anything, Seraphal runs into the room. Seraphal, I know what we can do. All Kaya. Get scared. Graphia, Seraphal-sama, don't scare us like that. Kunu, it's true, angry. Seraphal, but pout. Venelana, and what did Sarasan want to tell us? That's what the Mao remembers. Seraphal, let's all go shopping together. Ross, what for? Seraphal, don't you want to look pretty for the date with Issei-chan? Smiling. At that, everyone blushes. Ross, how do you know that? Seraphal, I heard you hee-hee, so what do you say, girls? Besides, I've seen that you also want the brown-haired boy as a partner, pointing to Sona, Tsubaki, Gabriel and Penemu. The ones pointed out blushed like tomatoes. Sona, Nene-sama, but what are you talking about? Nervous. Seraphal, come on Suntan, I'm your sister and I know you're in love with Issei-chan like the others, and I wouldn't mind sharing with you four since he loves you all the same, right? Smiling. The four of them blushed immediately. Seraphal, so, what do you say we go shopping in the human world? Venelana, that's a good idea. Ross, right, I also want to buy some clothes to show Issei. Kuroka, me too, Naya. Kunu, me too. Venelana, Graphia, you'll buy too, right? Graphia, but Venelana-sama. Venelana, no buts, Graphia, you are Issei-kun's girlfriend just like us, so for today put aside your job as a maid and just be like us. Graphia, it's okay, Venelana-sama. Graphia doesn't show it, but inside she already wanted to see the brown-haired boy's reaction when she shows him the clothes she bought. She's happy. Ophis, then let's go. The dragon goddess opened a dimensional gap and everyone entered to go to the Ko shopping center, which in these 7 years has become bigger and with more variety of stores. Human World, Pendragon Castle. The magician had appeared in a magic circle at the entrance of the main room where her parents were waiting. When she opened the door, she saw her parents sitting on a kind of throne, but there was also someone else present, and that made Leifi angry. Leifi, what are you doing here? Angry. Come on, that's no way to talk to you, fiancé. The subject was William Klaus, Leifi's fiancé. Leifi, I already told you that I won't marry you, besides I already have a boyfriend and I will marry him. Lord PD, daughter, first of all we must speak in private. Lady PD, excuse us, young William. William, no problem. Then the three Pendragons went to a private room to talk. Lord PD, so where have you been these 3 days? Leifi, I was with my boyfriend. Lady PD, and what happened to the Sekiryuutei? Leifi, well, he came back and now he's a supreme class devil and he's also my. Blushes. His parents were surprised because it hadn't been long since they knew he was coming back. Lord PD, you? The magician took courage to say it. Leifi, he's my boyfriend. The parents were surprised. Lord Pendragon had his head open, while the mother just remained silent. Leifi, and I will only marry him. Lord PD, daughter. Lady PD, but your engagement to William. Leifi, don't worry, mother, he will take care of breaking my engagement, smiling. Lord PD, daughter, you know that young William is not going to accept this, right? Leifi, so what? You promised me to him, but now that Issei-sama is back, there's even more reason for me to break the promise. The discussion continued like this until the parents finally came to a conclusion. Lady PD, fine daughter, but he will have to fight against William to break this engagement. Leifi, it will be easy for the mother, I have to go now. Oh, I almost forgot, keep it a secret that Issei-sama returned, no one else knows apart from the faction leaders, okay? His parents agree. Leifi, okay, I'll see you later, disappearing in a magic circle. Now in the room only Lord and Lady Pendragon remain. Lord PD, What are you planning to do, dear? Lady PD, I will simply tell William about the duel he will have with him. Underworld, Phoenix Mansion. A blonde with pigtails could be seen sitting talking to her parents along with her two brothers. Ravel, father, mother, what have you called me for? Lord P, daughter, we call you to discuss your engagement to young Valefor. Ravel, I already told you that I won't marry him. Angry. Lady P, but daughter. Ravel, my answer will be the same, besides I already have a partner. The whole family was surprised except for one. Riser, Ravel, don't tell me what it is. Ravel, that's right, Oni-sama. Ravel, Riser, you know her boyfriend. Lord P, Riser, tell me who is it? Riser, Wukong Jin. Lady P, isn't that the young man who stopped Risavim with his army alone? Ravel, that's right, mother, he is my boyfriend and soon my fiancé, and he will come to ask for my hand soon. Smiling. That left the Phoenix even more surprised, since the news of the young man who had defeated Risavim with his great army as if it were nothing was his daughter's boyfriend. That would mean that the Phoenix house would gain more prestige, but there was a problem. It was Alan Valefor, Ravel's fiancé. The parents did not know how to say it since it could go to war with the Valefor clan, but that was the least of it since what he did to Risavim was enough to make the right decision. Human World Co. Mall. You could see 10 beautiful girls walking around the place. All the men were staring at the beautiful women in front of them, and they didn't think anything holy. The girls were Rosswise, Kuroka, Venelana, Grafia, Seraphal, Kunu, Gabriel, Penemu, Ophis, Sona and Tsubaki. They went from store to store trying on clothes. After a long shopping, the girls looked at the time. 4 hours had already passed, the chestnut ritual had already finished, so they refused to go back to see him. Underworld Castle of the Mao. All the girls had returned to the castle, to see how the chestnut was doing. At that moment, Yasaka, Ravel and Leifi also appeared. Those who knew about the ritual explained it to those who didn't know, and they understood, and without further ado they went to the room where the chestnut tree was. They were all happy because they could see how he did in the ritual. The surprise they got when they opened the door. What they saw in front of them was a chestnut that could barely stand up. He was shaking from the overexertion of standing up. That was not what caused them terror. What really happened was that the chestnut had blood coming out of his entire body. It looked like a blood painting. They all covered their mouths when they saw the state of the chestnut. Those who came out of their trance and went to help him were Rosswise, Sona, Tsubaki, Gabriel and Penemu. Ross, I see. Scared. Sona/Tsubaki, Hyoudou. Gabriel/Penemu, Issei. The 5 of them went to help the brown-haired boy. When they arrived, Issei fell on her. Now the aforementioned saw that the young man was crying. Issei, please don't leave me crying. The rest came out of their trance and went towards the wounded chestnut. They all wondered what happened, since for him to be like that he must have received a very strong attack. Issei, don't leave me crying. They all worried about the brown-haired boy when they heard what he said. His condition was deplorable. They were crying profusely while his body did not stop bleeding. He clung as tightly as he could to the Valkyrie, the angels, and the 2 demons, as if he did not want to separate. They were all devastated to see him like that. Girls, we won't abandon you, don't worry, hugging the brown-haired boy. Despite being covered in blood, the girls didn't care and continued hugging the boy who was still crying. His cries lasted a few minutes and then stopped, and he fell unconscious. Everyone immediately treated his wounds and cleaned the blood, and then let him rest in bed. Everyone wondered what happened until Drake's gem appeared and spoke. Drake, I can answer your question. Kuroka, tell us, Drake. Drake, the wounds were caused by the ritual. Venelana, so the wounds are. Drake, it's the damage caused by his feelings for your daughter and her entourage, besides. Ravel, also? Drake, he also had to see how each one abandoned him. At the end of the ritual, he was hurt physically and mentally, and the only thing he thought about at that moment was you. Leifi, us? Drake, yes, he was afraid that each of you would abandon him, but he had to endure the ritual if he wanted to be with you. Kunu, how did you see all that? Drake, That's what the ritual does. The ritual gets rid of unrequited feelings, and also makes you see the fear of losing you as it abandons you. It also expels all feelings towards those who abandon you. Graphia, that means that the feelings towards us too sad. They all became sad because the brown-haired boy probably no longer feels anything towards them. Drake, his feelings for you are still there, they didn't disappear, it's the opposite, they intensified. Gabriel, what does Drake-san mean? Drake, what my partner feels for you is stronger than before. I mean, you are everything to Issei, and that goes for you too, Citri Mimer and his queen, the Seraphim and the Cadre. They all blushed immediately at what the celestial dragon said. The forementioned exploded with blush. Sona, but how does Hyoudou feel that way about us? Tsubaki, Gabriel and Penemu ascend. Drake, that's simple. For the Citri and her queen, my partner since he entered the academy has always felt that way about you too, but since you were very serious, he didn't know how to start a conversation with both of you, and he was a pervert for the Seraph. He didn't want to start a relationship with you because he was afraid that you would fall, and when you fell, he believed that you were only attracted to women. Tsubaki, from the beginning? Blushes. Sona, but why didn't he show it? Drake, well, when I could already talk normally with you, Citri, your pawn, was attracted to you, and your queen was already starting a relationship with the Gremrys Knight. That's why she didn't continue, because she saw that you were happy. Everyone present was surprised by the dragon's revelation, that from the beginning the brown-haired boy had fallen in love with Sona and Tsubaki, before falling in love with Rias. Gabriel and Penemu were also surprised because the brown-haired boy had the same color as them. They were happy because their feelings were reciprocated. Drake, that's why I ask you to take care of my partner, his heart is broken. They all became sad when they found out that the heart was broken, but they immediately became happy because of what the dragon had said. Venelana, you don't have to ask us, smiling. Graphia, that's right, smiling. Yasaka, after all, smiling. Kunu, we are going to, smiling. Kuroka, take care of him, Naya, smiling. Ross, yeah, he deserves it, smiling. Ravel/Leafy, Ross is right, smiling. Seraphal, after all, smiling. Girls, he's our boyfriend. Happy. Drake, I really appreciate it. Without further ado, I say goodbye. The green dragon gem disappeared. They were all happy because the brown-haired boy could now live eternity with them, and even more so now that his feelings towards them were much stronger. All the girls saw the 4 new members of the group, which they all quickly accepted, and decided to chat to get to know them better and also share their boyfriend and future husband. In the end, Venelana warned Surzek's son that Issei would not wake up soon since he performed a ritual that tired him. Of course, he did not go into more detail. When night came, before everyone went to sleep, they went to see how the brown-haired boy was doing. When they got to the room, they saw that he was still resting. Everything seemed normal, until Drake's gem appeared. Drake, good thing you arrived on time. I have a favor to ask you. They were all surprised by the dragon's tone of voice. He seemed worried. Gabriel, what's the favor? Drake, well, I need 2 of you to heat it up. They all immediately exploded with blush, so much so that smoke came out of them. Well, for Penemu, Venelana, Graphia, Yasaka and Kuroka, they had a somewhat lustful smile. Sona, but what things are you saying? Blushes. Venelana, Ufufa, smiling. Penemu and Kuroka didn't think twice about jumping onto the bed where the brunette was, but they were stopped by the others. Drake, I don't mean that. Sai, I mean my partner's skin is losing heat. Yasaka, what do you mean? Worried. Then Rosswise goes to Issei and touches him to realize the brown-haired boy's body heat is going down. Ross, it's true, his body's temperature is dropping. If he continues, he may be in danger, alarmed. Kunu, we must give him warmth. Drake, that's what I was going to ask you, but only 2 of you can sleep with him. At that, all the girls looked at each other, well, except for Seraph, since she felt love for the brown-haired boy, but she is so innocent that she did not know how to deal in these situations. Seraphal, I'll sleep with Issei-chan. Going to bed. Leafy, no, I will do it. Ravel, yo. Office, I want it. They all argued, until Drake told them to solve it the best and old-fashioned way, which is rock, paper, scissors. They all played. Surprisingly, Sona and Tsubaki also joined. In the end, the winners were Gabriel and Sona. Gabriel had a bright smile on his face that could light up a dark place. Sona showed great happiness, jumping like a child, but when she noticed that everyone was watching her, she calmed down, although she was red with embarrassment. Sona, yes. 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 I say I won. Searfall, it's not fair, Sotan pout. Ross, I wanted to sleep with Icy sad. Ravel, you already slept with him, don't you remember? Drake, they will discuss that another day, now that the Seraph and the Citri share their warmth with my partner. Without further ado, they all went to their rooms in the Mao Castle. Of course, Sona and Gabriel stayed to sleep with the chestnut tree, who was still resting. When the two got into the same bed, they both gained a big blush. Although they showed each other a sweet smile, they did not hesitate and changed into one-piece sleepwear. Sona's is sky blue, while Gabriel's is white. The two of them snuggled up to the chestnut tree, giving him all the warmth they could, which gradually took effect. Over time, the chestnut tree said things like "Don't abandon me, I love you," and more. That brought a smile to the two of them, as it showed that they were very important to Issei. They gave him a kiss on the forehead, and then fell asleep hugging the brown-haired boy. The night passed, although two girls were happier than the others. In this way a new day arrived for our brown-haired boy, without a doubt this day to break off an engagement. The next day. A new day had arrived. Our chestnut was waking up. He felt extra weight, so he looked at what it was, although he knew it would be some of his girls. But let's say it wasn't all yet. Sona, Citri, and Gabriel were asleep with a smile hugging Issei. He was surprised, although inside he was happy, in that the two woke up still sleepy. Issei, good morning, Kaicho, and Gabriel-san nervous smile. Gabriel, good morning, Issei ha yawn. Sona, good morning, Issei half asleep. Issei, since when does Kaicho call me Issei? Why are you here? Nervous. Gabriel, about that, it's because your body was losing heat and Drake-san told us to give you warmth. At that point the gem appears in the chestnut's hand. Drake, that's right, mate, maybe that's the side effects of the ritual, but I'm glad you're okay. Sona, it's true. How do you feel, Issei? Worried. Issei, I'm fine, I feel better now and thanks Drake, but Kaicho, since when do you call me Issei? Drake, you're welcome, we'll see each other. The gem disappears. The brunette immediately blushed, not realizing that he was calling her by her name, and she was thinking of a way not to answer and thought of one. Sona, and since when do you feel attracted to me? Slight blush. Now it was the brown-haired boy's turn to blush. He stuttered whatever he was trying to hide his blush. He had no choice but to answer. Issei, bul. Eto well since I entered the Kwa Academy. When I saw you for the first time blushes. Gabriel, and me? Since when did you like me? The brown-haired boy couldn't have blushed more than he did now. He had to say feelings that he kept secret. Issei, well, I realized those feelings when Rizavim had kidnapped you. Blush. Gabriel immediately blushes, since that was where he began to become interested in the brown-haired boy. Sona, HMP, Hyoudou, why did you never tell me that? Blushes. Issei, it's just that Kaicho, you always said that to be your partner I had to be intelligent and beat you at chess, and well, I don't have any of that. Besides, I know that you dislike perverts. That's true, Sona didn't like perverts. Sona, you know, but that's how you are and I wouldn't change it for anything. Smiling. Gabriel, me too, I don't care if you're a pervert. Smiling. The brown-haired boy didn't know if it was a compliment, but he felt happy and a little embarrassed to hear that he was a pervert until Drake appeared again. Drake, about your perversion, partner, I have something to tell you and it would be better if the others were here. Without further ado, Issei left the room with a smiling Gabriel and Sona. They went to the other girls' rooms and asked to meet in a room. Now everyone is gathered together, so the dragon continued to speak. Drake, there's something you need to know. The ritual not only freed you from your corrupted feelings, but also your perversion. Everyone in the room was surprised by the dragon's comment, even the brown-haired one. Venelana, that means that. Graphia, it's not anymore. Drake, that's right, I'm no longer a pervert, now you can meet the real Issei without his perversion. All the girls smiled, since they could meet the Issei they had never seen thanks to their perversion, but now what kind of facet will they show? Although there were some who had a sad face since the brown-haired boy would no longer see them with lust, in cases like Yasaka, Kuroka, Penemu, Venelana and Graphia. Drake, since I know there are some who like my partner's perversion, I have to say that, his perversion retains part of him, it will only come out if provoked. Immediately, everyone understood what the dragon said, blushing, while others imagined unholy things with the brown-haired boy. They spent time talking about trivial things. The girls could see that now the brown-haired boy looked at them with eyes that transmitted love, warmth, they felt protected. In addition, the brown-haired boy revealed something that no one knew, and that was that he knew how to play several types of musical instruments such as the guitar, piano, and he also sang. That surprised everyone since they never thought that the brown-haired boy knew about that. It was normal after all. His perversion stood out more while his more qualities not so much. But he said that he needed to practice in order to play well again, and that he stopped playing when he entered the Ko Academy, which was 207 years ago for the chestnut. Later, now with the leaders gathered in a large room, with a new person present who is Griselda, they had to continue with the promotion of the chestnut. It must be said that Griselda, when she learned of the chestnut's return, cried with happiness and had something important to tell him. She could no longer miss this new opportunity. Sirzex, congratulations Issei-kun, you are now officially a supreme class devil smiling. Ajuka, we expect great things from you young Issei smiling. Asmodeus, zzzzzzzzzzz congratulations asleep. Odin, also, on behalf of Asgard I give you the title of warrior god haha. Gondel will be surprised to see his granddaughter's future husband smiling. That left the Valkyrie puffing smoke with a big blush, while trying to cover herself with her hands. Michael, and on our part we give you the title of Hero of Heaven, I expect great things from you. Issei was surprised and smiling as he had dreamed of this day since he had become a demon, and now was the time. Issei, thank you bow. Sirzex, okay, so now you will receive your evil piece set. Ajuka, you mean your 2 sets of pieces smiling. Seraphal, what do you mean Ajuka-chan? Azazel, let me tell you, Hyoudou's power was divided into 2 sets of pieces, but there was only 1 king piece, and they are all mutated, and the incredible thing is that 1 piece is equivalent to approximately 1,000 mutated pieces. It contains all the characteristics of the evil pieces but with a slight change. And that is that it gives it a life so long that you can't imagine, and that is why we call it God Pieces. Issei, why that name? Azazel, as you know, you are a god and that is why we call the pieces in honor of your title of Supreme God. That surprised everyone, especially the brown-haired boy. Everyone wondered how much power the brown-haired boy had, even the brown-haired boy himself wondered about that. Now the chestnut is officially a supreme demon among other different titles in each faction, and his pieces were given to him. Now that Issei has his pieces, it's time to get his big entourage. Upon opening, he could see that there was a king piece, 2 queens, 4 bishops, a knight and a rook, and 16 pawns. The first thing I grabbed was the king piece. With Ajuka's instructions, I had introduced the piece inside it. Now the next thing is to ask Ravel, Leify, Kuroka and Rosswise. Issei, Kuroka, Leify and Ravel, do you want to be part of my peerage? Bowing 1 knee. At first glance it looked like a marriage proposal. It wouldn't be long before it became a marriage. The aforementioned smiled as they remembered the promise that the chestnut tree made them 7 years ago, and that was that when he got his pieces, they would be his followers. Even though it was not yet a marriage proposal, they were happy, and above all now she could be even closer to the brunette. Kuroka, I accept Issei Naya happy. Leify, yes, I want Issei-sama happy. Ravel, you know very well what my answer will be, Issei-sama smiling. Issei, thank you very much smiling. The chestnut gave a rook piece to Kuroka, a bishop piece to Leify and finally a pawn to Ravel. They had the piece on their chests. Issei, Hyoudou Issei, in the name of the Hyoudou clan, now Kuroka, Leifi and Revel will be reborn as part of my nobility and family. They will live for me as I will live for you. A red magic circle appeared beneath her as the pieces entered their bodies, then noticing that their powers had increased considerably, before continuing, Ophis and Kunu approached Issei. Kunu, Issei Dano, I also want to be one of your shy nobility. Ophis, I want Issei too. Then Kunuo was given a pawn piece and Ophis chose the queen piece. At the end of the ritual there was still something left to do. Issei, Sirs, can I ask you for an exchange of pieces between the Hyoudou house and Rias Gremory? I know that Rias will not accept, that is why I want to ask you, please kneeling. Sirs, there's no need for you to kneel, Issei-kun. Of course, we'll exchange which pieces you want. Issei, thank you, and I love Ross wise. Sirs, of course, no problem, then the change will be made between the Hyoudou house and the Gremory house, smiling. Issei, Ross-wise, do you want to be my bishop? Ross, yes, I want to be happy. He continued, giving the bishop piece to the Valkyrie, who at the end of the ritual showed a big smile. Issei, okay, now could you call Revel and Leifi's fiancé? I want a duel for both of their hands. Do you think you can help me with this too, Sirs? Sirs, sure, but the duel will be held in public at the arena in Lilith in an hour. While, is that okay? Issei, sure, I'll be there. Ajuka, now Issei-kun, we will take you to your lands. Dragon Clan lands, Hyoudou. They all appeared in a magic circle in front of a huge mansion. They were as big as those of the Maos and the Gremory clan. The brown-haired boy was surprised to see how well made it was. Issei, it's so big. Surprised. Ajuka, it has to be, after all you are the great hero of the factions. Sirs, it also has to be something that makes your title of Great King shine. Azazel, that's right, and your lands are as big as Russia. Everyone was shocked at what the leader of the fallen said. Ajuka, to the rest you are just Yakumo Jin, but when you decide to reveal yourself as Hyoudou Issei, the requests to live on your lands will be too much. Sirs, we'll start by showing you around the house. So everyone entered the big mansion to show the brown-haired boy his new house. In total it has 250 rooms, 125 bathrooms where there is a large tub which would fit 40 people, a large kitchen, a private pool for 100 people, a library with a great variety of books, 3 training fields integrated with a simulation system plus other customizable underground floors. The main thing is Issei's office where he would work as leader of the Dragon Clan, and the main room where the brown-haired boy would sleep. There he had a large bed, all his girls could fit, and that's a lot. His room had a private bathroom that had a large tub. He was surprised at how little he could describe his mansion. He had no words to describe it. He could only thank all the leaders for the great gift. Time passed. Now it was time for the duel for the hand of Revel and Leifi. Everyone teleported to the Lilith capital. Underworld capital Lilith, arena. Our chestnut and his girls along with the leaders appeared outside the stadium, causing a great commotion as the leaders of the great factions along with the recent hero Jean appeared. Without further ado they went inside the stadium straight to a VIP room where they met with the current leaders of the Phoenix and Pendragon clan. Lord Phoenix, Sirs-sama, I heard what you told me about the duel, and we already discussed it with the young Veilfer, and he agreed. Lady Phoenix, although we already know who the winner is, he. Lord Pendragon, we too, young William also accepted. Lady Pendragon, what a surprise my dear and I had when we found out who the young Yakumo Fufufu really is. The hint was taken by everyone present, except the Phoenix matriarch. Sirs, I suppose your daughter told you that it is not like that, so what do you think? Lady Pendragon, we definitely want young Jean to be our daughter's fiancé, and if they get married right now, all the better, smiling. The Phoenix leaders didn't know what they were talking about. Maybe the young man named Yakumo Jin isn't his real name? Lord Phoenix, Sirs-sama, is young Yakumo hiding something? Before the Red Mao could answer, Revel replied. Revel, Okasama, you will know soon, just wait for Jin-sama to win the duel, so please be patient, smiling. Lord and Lady Phoenix decided to leave it for after the duel. Now everyone took their seats. Azazel, Okay kid, go to the arena and surprise us, haha smiling. Sirsex, good luck Jin-kun, even if you don't need it, haha. Seraphal, Win Jin-chan smiling. Gabriel, good luck Yakumo-kun smiling. Penny-mu, good luck Jin-kun seductive. Yasaka, winners smiling. Kunu, don't hold back Jin-dano smiling. Kuroka, show the power of the new clan smiling. Rosswise, we will be supporting you smiling. Venelana, don't bother Jin smiling. Graphia, Jin-sama you will win. Leify/Ravel, Ganbat Jin-sama smiling. Olphus, Jin wins slight smile. Sona, I know you'll win, but good luck anyway blush. Tsubaki, Yakumo-kun destroy them Ganbat sighs with a slight blush. Jin, Issei I won, don't doubt that, I'll be back in a while smiling. At that, Griselda, with a slight blush, approaches the chestnut. Jin, Issei Edo something gray happens. The brown-haired boy is embraced by the reincarnated angel, burying the brown-haired boy's face in her large breasts, and then they separate for a moment. Griselda, good luck my Issei whisper. What Griselda said was so low that only the brown-haired boy could hear, which left him blushing like a tomato, and without further ado he went to the sand. Venelana, now I think we will have another member to Jin-kun's harem of Fufa smiling. Gabriel, congratulations Griselda-chan, you finally told him how you felt about him happy. The nun just nods. Lord Phoenix, Venelana-sama? Don't tell me you are with. Venelana, that's right, Lord Phoenix. I've just started a relationship with him, just like all the others. Sand. Issei just arrived at the arena where he found two subjects. One is a blonde with long hair and gray eyes, the other is a white-haired man also with gray eyes. Rubio, so you're the one who wants to take my dear Leify away from me, you're not that big of a deal. White hair, Ravel has such bad taste, I think after beating you I'll have to educate her, haha. The chestnut just stayed quiet waiting for the signal to start. Referee, welcome ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to this meeting between three young people. One of them will fight for the hand of none other than Ravel Phoenix and Leify Pendragon. First is William Klaus, the current fiancé of Leify, who is known for his great defense and power. The other is Alan Valefor, the current fiancé of Ravel Phoenix and the next leader of her clan. He is known for his great demonic power and the power of his great army. But let's not forget the new hero of the underworld which, like the great hero Sekiryuutei, Yakumo Jin, who will fight for the hand of Ravel and Leify. The referee finished introducing each one. Referee ready. Let the fight begin. William made a kind of knight's armor appear along with a large two-handed sword ready to cut the chestnut. Alan covered in great demonic power ready to attack. The chestnut tree wrapped itself in light, then dispersed the light, revealing its Monkey King mode. Jin, Issei I'm ready. Seriously. The brown-haired boy launched himself at the two, easily dodging the attacks of his two opponents. He alone remained on the defensive with his staff, destroying the demonic attacks and covering them with the giant sword. William, you're not much. I don't know how you could beat Rizavim's army, if we have the advantage in this duel, haha arrogant. Alan, better let me beat you. I want to teach my dear Ravel some manners, arrogant smile. While Issei just dodged the attacks with great ease, without even being agitated. Jin, Issei Hasai they want to end this with, right? Then he will have it seriously. He disappeared from their sight, they searched for where he had gone, but they did not find him. Jin up! The two looked up and found him floating. In a flash he disappeared again. He reappeared in the middle of his two opponents with a strong kick that hit William's armor, destroying it as if it were nothing. He quickly put his staff horizontally pointing at his two opponents who were on each side of the end of the staff. Jin, expand Rui. The staff grew rapidly, colliding with its two opponents, taking them to the stadium wall, crushing them. The staff then returned to its original form, revealing William and Alan each embedded in the arena wall, unconscious. That left the entire stadium silent. Referee, and the winner is Yakumo Jin. Clap, 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 clap. There was applause and praise from everyone, The doctors quickly came to check the wounds of the two unconscious people. The brown-haired boy left the arena to go to the VIP room where his girls, the faction leaders, Phoenix and Pendragon, were. Upon entering the room, he was hugged by Leify and Ravel. Ravel, you did it, Jean-sama happy. Leify, you did it, Jean-sama happy. Jean, Issei, now I only have one thing left to do, smiling. The chestnut went to where Ravel and Leify's parents were. When he arrived, he made a small revelation. Issei, Lord, Lady, Phoenix and Pendragon, I come to ask for the hand of your daughter to be my fiancée, so please accept. Lord Phoenix, Hasai, well, I couldn't deny the one who saved the underworld from Rizavim days ago. Lady Phoenix, at first we wanted our daughter to get married at home, but seeing her happy was something we haven't seen in years, so it's okay, we just want you to take care of our daughter. Issei, of course I will protect her with my life if necessary. So don't worry, smiling. And what about you, Lord and Lady Pendragon? Lord Pendragon, we have no problem with that, since my daughter has always loved you, smiling. Lady Pendragon, so, we wanted our daughter to be safe, that's why we engaged her to William, but it seems that the Sekiryuutei was interested in our daughter, Fufufu, smiling. Lord Phoenix, wait. Did they just say Sekiryuutei? Surprised. Lady Phoenix, is this young man his new bearer? Surprised. Ravel, Okasama, he is not a new wielder, he is still the same wielder as always, smiling. Lady Phoenix, daughter, don't tell me that he is. Issei, that's right, Lady Phoenix, I am Hyoudou Issei, the current Sekiryuutei and the strongest of all, smiling. That left Ravel's parents surprised, since they never imagined it would be him. The only thing they did was faint. Ravel, Okasama. Alarmed. Grafia, Ravel-sama, don't worry, they just fainted. Issei, wow, I didn't think they would react this way, haha, drop of sweat. Venelana, of course, after all your previous achievements added to the most recent ones and the news about you as Jean, it was to be expected. Lady Pendragon, and when will the wedding be, Issei-kun? Issei, huh? This I hadn't thought about when it would be, haha, laughing nervously. Leify, Okasama, it would be better to wait for Lord and Lady Phoenix to wake up to continue talking, red with embarrassment. And so it was, about 20 minutes passed and the Phoenix patriarchs woke up. Ravel, father, mother, you finally wake up happy. Lord Phoenix, yes, daughter, but I had a strange dream. I dreamed that the Sekiryuutei asked for your hand. Lady Phoenix, I dreamed it too. Everyone present laughed at that. Lord Phoenix, what are you laughing at? A little annoyed. Ravel, it wasn't a dream, it's real, that's why they fainted. Lady Phoenix, what do you mean it's real, daughter? Issei, it's because I am Hyoudou Issei, the most powerful Sekiryuutei of all time. Lord Phoenix, it can't be. Are you really young Hyoudou? Issei, of course. Lady Phoenix, but you look very different. And why do you use another name? Issei, well, being 7 locked up with the Trihexa makes a big change, haha, and the reason I use this name is because it is the name I used in my previous incarnation. But going back to what I asked, do you grant me the hand of your daughter Ravel Phoenix? Ravel's parents thought for a few seconds and the answer was clear. The Sekiryuutei were asking their daughter for a commitment. The hero of all factions will be their future daughter-in-law. What more could she ask for? That would be a great opportunity that she could not pass up. They quickly accepted along with the Pendragon's parents. Now they had something else to discuss, and that was the wedding. Lady Pendragon, and tell me, Issei-kun, when will the wedding be? Smiling. Lady Phoenix, yes, dear son-in-law, when will it be? Smiling. Issei, This will be in a year, nervous. Lord Pendragon, why so much? Lord Phoenix, I should do it soon, and the biggest thing I can do will be great news to talk about in all factions, haha. Issei, well, I was planning to spend more time with them and the others to marry all of them, pointing to his girls. They all immediately turned red at the brown-haired man's comment. They were already imagining their wedding day with a beautiful white wedding dress, next to a brown-haired man wearing a white suit who smiled at her with quality. All of them, without exception, were in their fantasy world, Even the serious ones like Grafia, Sona and Tsubaki were in their world thinking about their wedding day. Lady Phoenix, wow, I can't believe Venelana was in a relationship with you. Azazel, haha, they didn't know what Rias and the others were missing, although I can't say much since they already have their lives. Lady Pendragon, well, if that's what you want, young Hyoudou, it will be in a year. Lord Phoenix, and the wedding will be as big as possible, smiling. Issei, thank you very much. Surzex, well, although Issei-kun's identity will remain unrevealed until he wants, so please keep this secret. The Phoenix and Pendragon leaders nodded. Ajuka, well, now we have to return to our duties as Mao, I say goodbye. Surzex, me too, oh Issei-kun, you will soon have requests to live in your lands, so send it to him soon. So all the leaders left. Of course, only the Mao Leviathan stayed since she left her right hand in charge of her work. Ravel and Leify's parents also left, who had a big smile from ear to ear. Seraphal, what do we do now, Issei-chan? Issei, I'm going to pay a visit to the world of heroes. Yasaka, world of heroes. Leify, it's the world where I, Ravel, Ross, Kuroka, and Office-sama went to bring him when he accidentally fell into that world. Kanu, why do you want to go there? Issei, well, there is an academy where people enter to study to become superheroes, and I wanted to enroll in that academy. Venlana, superheroes? Issei, if they are like the ones that appear in the stories I read when I was a kid, Office, would you help me open a dimensional breach to that world? Office, of course Issei, but I also want to enter that school with you. Issei, huh? Kanu, me too, Issei Dano. Ravel, me too. Leify, me too, Issei-sama. Seraphal, I love Issei-chan too. Issei, are you sure about that? Ravel, of course, besides the fact that it also caught my attention, it's also a way to spend time with my fiancé. Leify, me too. Issei, sai okay, and you guys want to come too? The others nodded in agreement. Issei, good going, Office please, but first take us to Big Red and Trihexa, smiling. The goddess Drahan opened a dimensional breach to where the two dragon gods are.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.